for this Lander County Commission meeting.
Unmuted. This conference will now be recorded.
Lander County Commissioners meeting, Town Board of Battle Mountain and Austin Board of County Highway Commissioners, special agenda for March 22nd, 2021. Patsy, will you go ahead and read the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me in our salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, moving forward. Lander County Commissioners may break for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. Any agenda item may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration by the public body, and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Public comment for non-agendized items only. Persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or attend and make comments on any non-agendized item at the board meeting, if any. Any discussion of those comments at the discretion of the board. All public comments may be limited to 3 minutes per person, again at the discretion of the board. Reasonable restrictions may be placed on public comments based upon time, place, and manner, but public comment based upon viewpoint may not be restricted. Do we have any public comment at this time? All right.
I do. Since I don't have a staff update, a couple things that I'd like to kind of let the board know before we get started. First is that our total grants, we aren't supposed to exceed 100,000. And we might want to add audits to the grant requests that are coming in. The next thing that I do have a couple concerns with that I'd just like to point out before we get to it is there is a 7% on myself, and I know Mr. Prince as well, and that is incorporating the 2% cost of living. Last year the commission had to vote on giving a 2% cost of living to the contract employees. It's my opinion, not everybody will agree with this, but that the 2% cost of living is incorporated into our 5% because the average employee for the county is getting their 4% with their step and grade and their cost of living. So that's just something to note, and outside of that, I think everything else we can cover within the budget. We do have at 11:30 there will be sandwiches showing up back in the break room. So if anybody would like to grab a sandwich, they will be back there at 11:30.
So it's we get 3% a year, right?
4.
3% cost of living.
2% cost of living and 2% step and or merit. Yes.
Which is discretionary.
Yes. That's all I have.
Any other public comment? All right, on for this agenda, at the very bottom of the pages, it has pages 13 of 13, so I just want to make sure that that's placed on the record in case somebody's looking at it, that there isn't any confusion, because every page has that. So just to make note of that. All right. All right, so it's a mixed bag. He has the right numbers. I don't on one,
No,
so we're good, but I just wanted to make note in case anybody does have this one.
3 of 3, not page 2.
Okay.
And then that's 3 on page 3. So
All
the
right.
numbers are just messed up.
Yeah. All right.
So some have been changed. The one for the public has been changed.
No, the one for the public has the 13 or 13, right? Yeah.
And then I have 3 of 3 and 3 of 3 on 2 and 3. And Kathy has 3 of 13 on her third page.
So just make note so if there's any confusion, okay?
Okay, so you want to read that in and then we'll amend the agenda?
Art, I think you're looking at the second day agenda. The second day agenda does have 3 of 3, but the first day is all 13.
Came out of volume 1.
Is it the one that's hole punched? I put the second day in your.
Yeah, this is for tomorrow, see the bottom, see right there, right there.
Oh, okay, I took it out of 1. I'll put it in 2. Would you identify yourself when you speak? I don't know who you are.
The haircut.
It looks like you just came out of Princeton, buddy.
I did.
So reading it in as for today's agenda that has 13 and 13, is that what I'm supposed to be reading in, Kathy?
No, just read the consent agenda and I'll just
Okay.
amend it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Under the consent, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action without extensive discussion. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. Consent agenda materials are available at the Lander County Clerk's Office for viewing, and copies are available for a nominal charge. So approval of March 22nd, 2021 agenda.
Okay, and I move that we amend it so the page numbers are correct, 1 through 13.
All right,
Second.
all right. So Patsy made the motion and Art seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving forward. Overview and discussion, the FY 2021-2022 revenue projections and all other matters properly related thereto. Procedures, overview, and possible discussion regarding a presentation of the FY 2021-2022 budget. This meeting is the first public hearing on the FY 2021-2022 budgets. The Board of County Commissioners is required to hold budget hearings in accordance with NRS 354.569. The county offices, departments, and boards will present and discuss their FY 2021-2022 budget proposals with the Board of County Commissioners during the budget workshop. The budget workshops may include the presentation, review, and discussion of revenues, expenditures, and transfers to and from county funds and specific funding requests, including but not limited to additions or deletions to personnel, equipment, supplies, and services used or received. The Board of County Commissioners may take action for approval of the proposed budgets, but all budgets are subject to final approval and action at the time final budgets are submitted. Backup materials for each department request, including amounts requested, anticipated future budget increases, decreases, from existing final year budgets, capital and equipment expenditures, and additional full part-time / full-time personnel positions are contained in the packet, which is available from the clerk's office, 50 State Route 305, Battle Mountain, Nevada, 89820 775 635 5738, and is also available at the meetings hereon. Okay. Topic for discussion and action for March 22nd, 2021 and March 23rd, 2021. Grant requests, CCP projects, building and equipment, airport capital improvements, departmental information and requests, capital outlay request by department. So grant requests. So we're going to start there.
Before we start on that, I just want to touch on the revenue projections. The first item, if you go past your agenda, there is a little blurb on the revenue projections. Last year we did a 25% decrease because of COVID, and that was a little much. We didn't see that decrease. So this year we took the preliminary projections because we didn't have the final yet, and we did a 10% reduction.
Okay.
Do you have an idea how much we're down compared to the year before because of the COVID?
I would say maybe 5 or 10%. It wasn't much.
5 to 10?
Yeah.
So with that, we're going for the grant requests, is that where we're going? Alright. So Agape, hospice and palliative care.
You wanna read the entire item in and then do one by one?
What do you,
You could do it that way, but you're gonna end up repeating yourself.
so we're just doing one at a time, right?
Well, since you're going to, you're going to deal with them one at a time.
Yes.
Then you probably end up repeating yourself.
Okay, so
If you read them all. So you can do it either way.
can we just do one at a time?
Yes.
So, alright. Hello, Amy. So. So your expenditures for last year were 7,622.
7,617.50. Expenditures is the middle column.
Okay, right here. I was looking on there, sorry. Make sure I'm.
So far for this year.
Oh, so far for this year,
Yeah.
you guys, okay. So then, you're requesting the 21,378.
Were you reading the copy?
I did.
She did.
You
I
have to
did.
read, did you read?
I
it?
did.
Yeah,
Okay.
she did.
Don't throw me out. I did.
So last year, the approval was for 7,622 because the DA's office gave them an additional 10,000 outside of the
Oh,
grant,
okay,
but they're not doing that this year.
okay. And what?
The money's expended, so.
That's right. And what was that from?
We, in a criminal case, it was restitution. And it came into our bank account. And then we gave it to somebody. The criminal act was based on a, what was that? It was a nursing thing or something, but it had to do with healthcare.
Oh, I remember.
So
It
we
was.
wanted to give it to a program that provided the same services is that the embezzlement took place.
So it was from the last hospice. Yes,
Right.
Right, okay. now I
So
remember.
that's why we gave it to
Okay.
Agape.
We still have that money available?
No, we used both.
No,
years.
we
Expended it.
they used it and we expended our, I think we
Do
expended.
we have more money coming in that way?
No, that was total
This
restitution.
would just come out of the general fund.
Yeah.
So this was passed, right?
I think it's a great service.
I have a question for you, because I know it's taken a while to get it started, and you know you have all of our commitment. We think it's wonderful to have the hospice here. But in the information, it shows that Medicare has not finished so they can reimburse you. But it appears that they might retroactive once you're approved, is that right?
Correct.
So can you give me an idea, like how many patients you have served and how many are Medicare?
I don't have, okay, so they called me at the last minute. My name's Amy Nelson, I'm on the board for the Agape Hospice. And, I was hoping somebody else showed up to help with this. The challenge that we're having right now is we need three patients to be currently receiving services at the same time. And what's happened through this COVID is an additional challenge, is people are getting a hold of us at the last minute. And so we've had one, we've had up to two, and they're ready as soon as we have three, even for one day, even for 25 minutes, they will get here and they will certify, and then everything will be paid from the beginning of services. The challenge has just been with COVID and with our small community. It's just, we've had two, and then, you know, one's passed, and then another one's come on.
What a
and you have to have
strange
three.
trigger point.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's why getting the word out has been huge, because people have gone to Elko for the hospice, and they just, you know, it's just getting that word out that our community does provide the services. And then people are getting into hospice at the last minute. You know what I mean? Like, there's a week or two left of life when it can go up to 6 months, 3 to 6 months.
Have you served anybody that has not been on Medicare yet?
I do, see, I don't know. They called me at the last minute, because Steve and
Okay.
Mila and all the people that are really in the day-to-day
Okay.
operations.
That's
they've
okay.
serviced
If you
a
don't
lot
know,
of
you don't
people.
know. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here to say they're really, everybody's volunteering their time right now,
I
almost.
see that.
Yeah,
Everyone, everywhere.
and have been, because they believe in this, as you guys, if any of you ever experienced this. Colt's father was on hospice, and it was an absolutely tremendous, amazing process for us. So we are big believers, as I'm sure all of you are. It's just the government, the bureaucracy of making sure you have all your ducks in a row and having 3 patients. But they did say they're,
Exactly, what a strange trigger.
yeah,
That's just
they're
odd.
cheerleading for Lander County so much that they said literally the minute you get that 3rd one, they will get in a car and speed to get here to certify it.
Well, I know that we want to give you everything we can, but the problem is with the amount that we have. So how are we going to go about this if we're limited to 100,000 with all the things that are coming through? Do we have to hear each one first and then go back?
Well, if they get that money, they won't need to come back next year, is what I was thinking, because they would have a lot of money.
But you've got $100,000 pool, Arthur.
So what I'm saying is, if they get the Medicare money back, they'll have even more, right? If it goes retroactive.
Well, if you give all your money in the first 2 or 3 items, you're not gonna have any more money to give, is all I'm
Well,
saying.
we just disregard the $100,000 total.
That's the debate. That's the issue.
One of my questions for you guys is if you want to do 100,000 total between the general fund, Battle Mountain, and Austin, or if you want to do 100,000 for each fund, because we give out grants out of the general fund, the Battle Mountain Town Fund, and the Austin Town Fund.
I wanna give out as much money that's reasonable.
So you guys do have the backup, correct, of the motion that was taken in a previous meeting, that they have 7 requirements for grants. And 2 and 3, pretty much we've removed when the county took over, them submitting the bills to us and us holding the money, not just handing them a blank check. So I'm not gonna read them too, because now we're pretty much doing the receipts and making sure that we have the proper backup prior to paying. But number 1 is a grant total of 100,000, which I said earlier. Number 4, because 2 and 3 are skipped, like I said.
3 still.
Grants shall not be used for personnel, wages, benefits, etc. Number 5, if an agency applies for grants continuously from 1 year to year, each request needs to be substantially lower from previous years until no longer needed. Number 6, no grant requests applications shall be accepted after the application date. Number 7, applications of grants must be in sound financial state, no debt, dues, taxes, all paid in full.
3 is still active. They submit for reimbursement.
Yeah.
So grant amounts will not be submitted in full on July 1st. From here on out, the grantee will submit invoices with backup explanation for each bill to the administration office. They will then be forwarded to the county commissioners for approval or denial of payment, which is our normal bill run. But that is what's coming to us as the backup. So before we even pay a bill, we make sure that we have that backup in hand. So I don't really consider it overly applicable at this point. But I just wanted to point out them things are important, because when you go through Agape, you see that there are some, I don't know what page you guys are on, but if you go to the second page of their deal to make the $21,378, you can go through the license reimbursement, liability insurance, medical, audit costs, annual office rental, and annual Verizon wireless. So them are just things to take into consideration I wanted the board to be aware of. Nothing against you guys.
Oh, no.
Just
I'm
making
not-
sure that
Yeah,
we're on board.
appreciate it.
Now, on your fundraisers, are you guys getting anywhere with your fundraisers? Cause I know that, that's been a struggle.
Yeah, the first year when we did the sock hop was right when COVID hit. And then this last year, again, I hate to blame COVID for everything, but I know they're starting at like a canned coin drive. It's really, we're down to, it's a challenge to have an event right now and large groups of people at this time. They are working with, I know we're working with the mines and trying to do some work to get funding through their charitable donation system. Like I said, once we get those 3 patients, then you don't see us again.
Yeah.
It's just a challenge right now.
Well,
Amy, if you guys get approved for the whole 21, but you don't use it all prior to getting your 3 patients,
Yeah, that we would be able to,
I'm just saying, that might be
because
something
again,
that
it's retroactive.
yeah, it
We're
might be something
reimbursed
that the
from,
county, that they consider.
The problem with that is because they're running so close and you know, with everything they're doing, so I'm sure that'll be a nice catch-up, but I don't think we're gonna have, I mean, it'll continue to keep them going is what I'm saying, but I don't think they're gonna be extra even when they finally catch up. They'll be able to be on their own and maybe not come back next year. Okay, I'm going to start with something here, and I'm going to start with actually what they had last year, and I will make a motion that we approve $17,600 for the Agape Hospice and Palliative Care.
17? You said 17,600? You said 17,600?
Right. I'm including the other 10 that we gave them.
okay. So do we have a second? So Patrick made a motion, JR second, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Alright.
thank you very much. So appreciative.
Good
I know
luck.
how hard this is. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you guys very much.
We're just so glad you're here.
Alright. So the Austin Chamber of Commerce, direct services for clients, amount of requested, $19,250.
Now, you said we can actually take a look at this and maybe come out of the Austin Town Fund?
If you wanted to move the Battle Mountain Chamber to the Battle Mountain Town and the Austin Chamber to Austin Town, we could do that.
I think we need to.
Yes.
We're certainly going to be way over everything else, and I do believe Austin's on the line, and I think Robin could be in Austin, I believe. So,
Yes, this is Robin.
thank you, Robin.
So, would be good, moving that to the town fund?
Yeah, I think maybe in the motion you would just say that it needs to come out of to move it to the town.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Wait, is that all right, Ted?
Yes.
Okay, make sure, all right, go ahead, Patty, sorry.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the $19,250, and it should come out of the Austin Town Fund.
Do you want a second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Alright, so Patsy made the motion, Kathy seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
I did that, sorry. Alright, goodness gracious.
Thank you all.
Guys. Getting ahead of myself. So, moving on to the Battle Mountain Chamber of Commerce, administrative event costs, parade and lights, $29,500. So now are we gonna do this with the same thing, move it to the town fund? For the Battle, okay, for the Battle Mountain Town Fund, alright. Alright, so do you have any questions or this one? Alright, anybody have any questions? So from last year, we went up from, 26,500 to, 29,500, and our increases.
The reason, sorry, Felicia Ochoa for the record. The reason why we increased it is because in May of 2020, the Nevada Gold Mines came to Battle Mountain Chamber and asked us to start this program called Chamber Bucks, and we didn't have that system here. And so the way Nevada Gold Mines works is that they give their employees bonuses that are based on chamber bucks, so that they have to stay in the community. The funds stay here. So there's 520 employees that work in Nevada Gold Mines that got bonuses out of Battle Mountain. And so because we didn't have the system, I had to come up with the computers, the printing, the accounting for it, the tracking of these chamber bucks. So they go through Elko, Winnemucca, and then ultimately Battle Mountain. It was a system we never had. And I know I submitted it to you guys as well, but as of today, we've reimbursed into Battle Mountain only $140,000. So it's a system we never had, but ultimately it helped during COVID, especially with all those businesses that weren't having the foot traffic and all that other stuff. So it was a large expense, and that's the reason why we increased it, because we literally had 2 months to implement the whole entire system, which was very costly. So that's why we had the increase. But with the system, we're hoping that it ultimately brings down us needing money every year.
But if those expenses have already been paid out,
right?
So that you wouldn't be having that same expense for next year.
Hopefully not. This is our first year. We're barely pushing 1 year going around, so this is all new to us as well. I've done my research with Winnemucca and Elko, and in the start of it, it doesn't make any money. As you can tell, our only profit was $3,000. I have it in there, $3,000 and some odd dollars. And we did a relief fund that we actually reimbursed businesses, storefronts that were closed completely. We put that $3,000 back into the community and didn't keep any of it.
But you still had $6,354.11 that you didn't claim out.
Right.
So if you had that much still left over.
Wait, 6,000, how much left out?
I'm sure I'm looking at the right one, yeah.
No. So that's just current, Kathy, so they still have a couple months, and they do submit every month a reimbursement.
Like we have same day, we have same day reimbursement. So the way we do it, unlike Elko and Winnemucca, a business, let's say Pointus got $150 in chamber bucks. For their accounting purposes, they could come in same day. They give me the chamber bucks, and then I do the whole accounting process of it, and I issue them a check for the same exact face value of it. So as of right now, we still have some money out there, but we still have a couple months until our year. Like this is our trial year. We're still figuring it out as well.
Okay, so my only concern is that with these with the chamber, well, not that I'm not against the chamber, but like it was stated earlier, that these are organizations that have been going on for a while, that I don't mind supporting, but I don't want to support the whole thing, that much all the way, to continue. I would like to see that we are able at some point, which I understand you have the chamber issue going, the bucks going on, I get that, but that we're, going down just a little bit on that. So we're not, and especially an increase, I would, increasing it where we're trying to support these other organizations. So that's just my opinion. I don't know how anybody else feels, so. Any more comments? Any motions? Anybody? Am I correct in saying in discussions prior that we're trying to not support them, we're not trying to go up, we're trying to get our costs.
According to the policy this board has adopted, yes.
Yes.
That Bert read into the record.
Yes, that we're trying to,
Yes.
So since we're moving these two to the town funds, is it, you guys are gonna do 100,000 each fund? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, even with that.
Right,
still
I
with
know,
the-
I just wanted to clarify that so that I know for my math purposes.
I think that with that, if we're gonna do 100 in from each of those funds, isn't that something that should be brought back? And we need to discuss that and set that on record, that that's what we're doing.
I think it definitely has to be on the agenda again, whether we're going to keep the 100 or increase it a little bit, because
Yes.
some of this can come out as, we'll look for some other ways, but then we'll see what we're left with and what we need to do. So,
Well, how I feel about this is it's Lander County taxpayers' money, and we should spend it in Lander County on our taxpayers. And right now, we're in pretty good shape, so I'm not worried about spending money. I've been on boards when we needed to worry about spending money. This is a board that I'm not worried about, and the more money you have, the bigger the target you are for the state.
Well, and I understand that, and I respect that. It's just that we're going against what we stated we wanted to do is the only thing.
Commissioner, I believe the chair is referring to a policy, not just giving a one-time thing.
Yeah.
And if you want to change the policy,
Yeah, if we need
you
to
can
change
certainly,
the policy.
that's what you need to be discussing, not this particular
Yeah. So.
person's request.
So, just, it's up, for, I don't have a problem, approving, going for what we did last year, but to go up, we're going against what we put into effect as policy, so. So just, do we have a motion?
okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the Battle Mountain Chamber of Commerce for $26,000 and for it to be taken out of the town fund of Battle Mountain.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
So, Patsy made the motion, Jared, second, all in favor?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Very good, thank you. All right, moving forward, Lander Citizens and Historic Preservation, restore and preserve the grammar school / courthouse for $200,000. So is that rollover? Is that what's still sitting in there? Is that a rollover from what?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay, Amy and Colt Nelson, and we didn't get the little 7-page rules until after we request. With that said, of course, the county building, old grammar school, we have amazing visions for that. We have a committee that prior to COVID was meeting fairly actively, and now people are just starting to shift back into gear. We would like to move the library back to the original location in the old courthouse. When I was growing up, the library was in that beautiful basement of the courthouse. That was something that the committee was really focused on. We think it's a beautiful location to maybe have either charter school, Great Basin College, community meetings. It just has a tremendous amount of, there's just opportunities galore for our courthouse. The other thing we liked was if we move the library in here, this is just a selfish thing, being part of the Basque population in town, is we need a bigger kitchen for that civic center. Because when you get a bunch of Basque women in there all trying to cook and make soups and breads, it doesn't end well for anybody, and then the next thing you know, we're dipping into the wine just to get through the whole process. So if we could expand the kitchen in the civic center and move the library back to its original location, maybe have, like I said, Great Basin College, a charter school, different opportunities for that beautiful location right in the center of town, I just think it would really enhance the community. I know that when Kyla talked last year, when she brought in the Main Street project, she showed pictures of what Minden and Gardnerville have done with their old grammar school. Ours is unique because it was a grammar school and then it was a courthouse. So one of the ideas that we had with one of our volunteer architects was to make one of the rooms back into the original schoolhouse with the little desks, and then redo the courthouse and make that original for people to tour through. And then the rest of the building would be open to rent, people who want to rent offices, like your hospice type thing. or the Chamber of Commerce, or there's also the opportunity for, like we said, Great Basin College or a charter school or different things. So the sky's the limit on that location. I would love to get Great Basin College out of the current location where people are afraid to walk down that street. But that's another aside. I think our biggest challenge right now is, Colt and I've talked a lot about, is this the right venue for the courthouse project? Because it's a community project. It's the, Lander County's project. And we just have stepped in to say we'll help kind of advocate and marshal and look for grants and do different things. But it's a huge project. And it was kind of like when I was originally on the LEDA board when we were looking at the rec center. And at some point it just got to be bigger than us. And it's possible that's the case. We worked with Mel Green years ago. And I think I told you guys then I was working full-time at a pretty busy job, but as soon as I retired, I was going to shift back into making this more of a priority. But Mel Green put together an amazing packet. He, step by step, exactly what needs to be done to restore it. It's not anything that's beyond, something we could do as a community quite easily. Colt knows more about the construction piece of it. I don't understand that world at all. But it has huge potential.
You being an administrator, you may know the answer to this. If we build a library, our own library in the county, to call it a library, do we need a certificated librarian?
I don't know the answer to that because it's a county library. I know Teresa Ryan does it sometimes, and she's not a certificated librarian, but I don't know that.
And one of the discussions that it also came up when I was speaking with some of the gentlemen from out at the colony is they have and I spoke to Amy about this.
Yeah.
Is they have about a bunch of artifacts that they can't get back unless they have a place to put them. And I thought one of the rooms in there could be utilized for their own small museum because they can't get all they're sitting in a box in the Carson City in a room, but they can't have them back.
To try to answer a question, if it's a Lander County library, they don't have to have a certificated person. If it is a Lander County library operated by a 501c3, yes.
Oh, interesting.
If it is a county library, we do have to have a committee.
Right.
That takes the place of a certified librarian.
Oh, okay.
But if it's a like a 501c3, 4, 5, or 6, you would have to have a certified librarian.
Thanks for looking that up.
Now, it's my understanding too, just to point out that in your backup, you're requesting $200,000 a year for the next 4 years. I just didn't know if they realized that.
So one thing to add real quick, if I could, it's always good reflect and renew a little bit. And I think that's what we need to do too is when we first started this, it was all about, okay, the building may be tore down, which would have been a shame. It just, everybody kind of agrees with that. But now we're at the state where we've crossed a couple really good milestones and we need to celebrate them. It's historically registered now in the state of Nevada, and we do have
the nonprofit.
The nonprofit, finally. That took forever, but we have both those done, and now it's about the right avenue for getting funding to make this a reality, and the clarity isn't there. It's not there for us, it's not there for our county. I think we don't know what we want to do, but there's wonderful ideas, and it's a beautiful building, and now it's just, what's the right way to get this done is where I think we're struggling.
Well, how much money have we donated so far to this project?
It was $50,000, I think, in 2017, and we still have $36,000 for that very reason. We don't want to jump into anything until we have enough to really go.
50, and they still have 36.
Correct. We used it just for the registry and for the nonprofit.
I know this is, and this is quite a different nonprofit because you jumped in to save us and save the building, and since it is our county building and it was our old courthouse, I think it has a lot more interest in it than just something that said, oh, here you are with something that doesn't pertain to the county.
because we've been kind of encouraging you to do all this, and I see that you have the 501c3 and everything. And I know you're going to look for other grants, and there are other grants available, but we definitely have to put something in to start, and we're going to have to match some of these grants anyway. And some of them that you will be getting are a little bit easier if they see you've got something that you're working from. So my question is, where do we look for the 200,000? Is there something, can we take it out of net proceeds or something like that?
So we do potentially have some federal funding coming down the chain. I don't want to speak too much on it because I don't have all the details on it yet, but I know that, you know, you've been a part of some of them meetings that the federal government with this new stimulus package, they're giving out a lot of money, and I believe Lander County's supposed to get like 1.4 million of that.
1.07.
Or is that what it is? Okay, sorry. Yeah. So with that money, we got to find a home for it.
Well,
There is some reporting requirements that go with that, and I don't know the details. And me and Lakin don't want it. Neither one of us want to speak out of line here, but that would be a good spot for this money if
I agree.
it fits.
I thought that the COVID money was for bonuses, for salaries, for the
You can
people
do
that
it
worked through COVID.
You
They
can do
have-
it all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff.
so
You can use it
they
for
send
that.
a list of things you can use it for, and historical preservation was on there. And so that's why I brought it up to Bert, because you can use it for historical preservation, or you can grant it to a nonprofit organization to use
Yeah,
it
when I
for
was
something.
Amaday, that was one of the specific things in that discussion was how broad, and he said it's very broad, that these counties would be able to utilize that.
It is pretty
You know,
broad.
so I think if we're gonna do historical preservation, that would be a good, instead of putting it under this part, that we stick it under that.
Yeah, it does come with financial reporting though.
Yes,
You do
yeah,
have
which
to
you would do
report to the
anyway.
state of what you
Yeah.
use it for.
And we have a while to spend it. It isn't like it has to be spent by the end of this
2024.
year. Yeah, so it's a good place for it, but we don't have it right now under our 100,000 for grants. So if we do the motion, we need to make a motion of saying finding it somewhere else first.
Or
Can we do
Historical?
that? Can we make a motion for incoming money?
Yeah, you can make a motion that you're gonna,
Okay.
not necessarily earmark it, but you're going to,
Reconvene?
Look for the funding somewhere else.
if the funding is available, you'll grant it.
Okay.
Basically is what you're saying.
My understanding too was that we were only gonna receive half of the money, and then we'd get the other half later. Is that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but I think that's what they had said, so we'd get about 500,000.
And then how long
Sometime this
until
year.
we get the other half,
I'm-
did they say?
I'm not 100% sure, I don't know if it's after you spend the first half, or if it's like next year, I don't know that.
What's the ballpark figure of county employees?
400.
400?
That's just a rough ballpark number. It's about $2,500 per employee if every single employee were to be paid that bonus. That would roughly be what you would be giving to the bonus for the people that work throughout the COVID thing, if that's what you're looking for.
If there's 400, we give a $5,000 raise or bonus for working through the COVID, that's 200,000. That's 800,000 left.
There's not 400 employees.
150.
There's 150 employees.
That's if you include everybody in the county. If you want to look at,
No, just the county. We can't take care of the school district and the hospital with
Okay.
bonuses. We
Just the county.
just Lander County, yeah,
150.
150-ish.
Oh, we can easily give bonuses with that money. Okay.
So then we, fund it when other funding, as soon as the other funding comes
Yeah,
available.
we'll for sure come back
So
if
we
you wanna
can,
withdraw and
do that with,
I'll make a motion that we fund the $200,000 for Lander County Historic Preservation through the incoming money of the $1.07 million we're receiving, and we'll use this for historic preservation.
You're going to have to remove the word fund, because you're not funding it because the money hasn't come in yet. So
Okay, I'll modify it.
what you're really doing is you are making a motion to give a grant when the money is available.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we give a grant to the Lander County Citizens for Historic Preservation when the money becomes available.
All right, so we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you guys, really
All right,
appreciate it.
Thank you guys very much.
And please let Amy know when we're
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, thank you very
Plant some
much.
trees in front of the old courthouse.
I know.
And if this raises my taxes, I'm gonna be mad.
All right, moving forward, to Lita, advertising, and dues and subscriptions. Amount requested $22,500. So, do we have someone from Lita?
Anybody here from Lita?
Is Kyla here today?
Anna?
I'll go get her.
Okay. So we'll go, can we go to skip down?
Yeah.
And then come back up to that one, to that one. To Lander County Conservation District, administrative cost, non-personnel for $6,000.
I just wanna say that these conservation district requests, they're essential for Lander County. I know that every year they come in for $50,000 on the sage hand. We absolutely need to fund this, or we're gonna fall behind on these issues. Same thing I say every year.
Okay.
And we absolutely agree, even though they haven't spent it, they've committed it. And they always do that and spend it before
It is
they
all earmarked,
finish.
yes.
But the question again is,
And I think this sage hen issue is gonna be
oh,
raging pretty soon.
well, yes, because they lost so much in the fire, in the habitat, a lot of
I don't know if
thousands.
fire's the issue, Patsy.
Oh, yeah.
Shannon
As much as
Berman for the,
politics are.
Commissioners, you may want to separate, Lander County Conservation District from the $100,000 policy. You might want to think about doing that.
Okay, take it out. And
Because this is
where do we put it in?
I think we did last year, didn't we?
Yes,
We did last year
separate it.
too.
Yeah.
So this won't come under the $100,000 grant policy.
These will
Okay.
come out of town money.
It's only separate Lander County Conservation District policy.
Okay.
But where does it come out of?
Well,
It would
you
still
have to
come,
figure where it comes out of.
it would still come out of the general fund.
Yeah.
Out of the general
Okay.
fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't come under that policy,
Okay.
a separate policy.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
With the COVID situation, how was our ended funding balance for this year? We were good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the Lander County Conservation District.
Wait, 1 second.
Can I make one comment first? Suzanne Lemaire for the record, Conservation City Supervisor. In our grant wording this year, we have changed this a little bit with the sage grouse to include wildlife habitat, because there are several other entities that are coming up that may be just as important to fund, other than the sage grouse itself. So with the board's permission, we'd like to be able to use that for any wildlife conservation, with the sage hen, of course, being priority. But it gives us a little bit more latitude.
Can you give us an example of what else you're talking about?
the mule deer,
It basically comes from any habitat that's been destroyed by the
the
fire,
turkey
whatever they're looking
habitats.
I don't think we've ever restricted it to just sage grouse. When you do the presentation, you put in a lot for sage grouse. So that's why we mention it, because we know it's been a priority, but you're not restricted to that,
No,
by all means.
I think, when Paul came, he talked about putting water in. You put water in, you're helping everything.
Yes.
You're not just helping the sage hen, you're helping the deer, the antelope, everything. And I think that in the future, I'd like to see a move towards habitat improvement from Lander County.
I don't know if you guys are gonna approve them separately or not, but I wanted to point out the one for weed control for 20,000. That is a new grant request, but it's not a new expense. They were getting it through Road and Bridge, was giving them the money to do that, and we've decided to do it as a grant request this year because it makes it a little bit easier.
And that's for weed eradication.
So why does it make a difference if we take it out of Road and Bridge?
Well, so before they were, Bert can speak on it a little bit more, but they used to submit the invoices to Carrie, and then Bert just wanted it to be transferred. There was a lot of confusion on the transferring, so it wasn't really done properly the last couple years. So instead of doing a transfer, it's a little cleaner to just give it as a grant request.
And that was for crickets too, I believe.
Yeah, we
that I read
increased
in
we
there,
increased
right?
the
Yeah.
we increased the cost share application to include Mormon cricket eradication as well.
We didn't get in any trouble for killing crickets?
No, we were encouraged.
So they'd still have to submit their invoices for reimbursement for the weed control and.
It just saves the paperwork covering multiple hands is all that does, so it goes directly from them.
But
That's-
should it be in the grant section? Shouldn't it be just in our, in a different, in the budget somewhere else?
No, they're the ones using it, so we retain the money like all grants, and then they just do their submittals directly as opposed to going through Road and Bridge and the Roundway, so this is just a more straight line of business.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve all three of the requests for the Lander County Conservation District, and to come out of the general fund, one for $6,000, one for $20,000, and one for $50,000.
Second.
Okay, so Patsy made the motion, Art seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you
So
very much.
with that being said, it's for the conservation for the sage grouse, the weed, and the administrative personnel, right? Non-personnel.
Non-personal, yeah, operating grant for non.
Non-personnel,
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
so Nevada Outdoor Schools, the outdoor education for Lander County School students.
I make a motion that we honor this request of $5,000 because it's a good activity for kids and they go beyond background checks on their employees.
I'll second the motion.
All right,
Oh.
so, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry. So Art made the motion, Patsy second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So, the town of Kingston Water, the hydrology report for $50,000.
I do have something that I want to comment on this. Shannon was unable to make it. She always tries to come up for this, and she's on vacation, and she's going to be in an area where she couldn't call in. Even if she calls in, it's black. You have to be on a computer. So she asked me to read this all to you, that she printed out very quickly. It said, in addition to reasons and alternate water sources needed that are included in the grant, and if you read that, it goes why they have to have another source. Kingston has seen a rise in visitors and an extraordinary amount of land sales and exchanges, partly due to increased tourism, but mostly due to the 2021 pandemic. Now that people are able to work from their homes and wish to be out of the city setting, they see an attraction to living in a rural area like Kingston. So far, there has been interest from new landowners to install 8 new water meters this spring and summer. 4 meters that have not been in use in the last 10 years have been, or soon will be, turned on. This growth, which is most likely to continue, demonstrates the need for more water pumping capacity, hence an alternate water source for the town of Kingston. An additional deep well is needed to complement the storage capacity that we do have now. The 2 existing wells cannot run in tandem, and top pumping capacity is 240 GPM in the summer. Thank you for your consideration. And that's from Shannon, who is the Kingston Water System Operator. And if you read that through, it's like, yes, they really do need this grant to get going because the water is the most important thing that we have. So,
Commissioner, the town of Kingston Water Utility is a separate district, right?
Correct. Yes.
well, they're separate from us,
It's
yes,
not part- yes.
but they come in for the grant.
No, I understand that. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure
They're
that
different than that, yes.
everyone understands. I'm not arguing with you. I
it
just
has-
want to make sure
you're
everyone
clarifying. It has nothing to do with Austin.
that it is a separate water district from the county. It's its own legal entity. So Lander County doesn't have a duty or an legal duty or obligation, maybe ethical one, but not a legal one, to to help them drill wells and stuff. This is a grant application by a separate legal entity. I just want you to know that.
Right, and we did the generator last year.
I'm not suggesting yea or nay, I'm just.
Yeah, which are always grants, which is separate, of course.
Okay.
But if no one has a problem with that, I would make a motion that we award the town of Kingston Water Utility their $50,000.
Second.
Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we are under our 100,000, right?
Yes, if you do not include the historic preservation or the conservation district and with the chambers being moved, then yes.
Okay,
Very good, thank you.
thank you. Did we vote? Aye. Wasn't sure I voted. Oh, thank you.
I don't see Lita on.
We need to do, we need to go back
Oh,
to
yeah, we
Lita.
have to do Lita,
Oh.
sorry.
All right. Lita? All right, I see you're on.
morning.
So for Lita, for advertising dues and subscriptions, so 22,500. So, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the grant we've asked for to cover advertising and dues and subscriptions. It was a little lower last year with the Mining Expo slotted to move forward. We're just asking to increase that a little bit from our ask last year. We're actually hoping over the next year or two that we can actually phase out asking for these grants because our fund balance is, thanks to you guys granting us that money last year from, which I can't remember what fund, it's helping to get us to the point where we hopefully will no longer have to ask for these grants.
We've given Lita marijuana revenue money and then also a small portion of net proceeds because they are an intergovernmental fund and they don't have any revenue source. They don't get any property tax revenue or anything like that. So without grants or money elsewhere that we can give them, they don't have a revenue source.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion?
So can we take some out of the general fund for this because of, it is the economic development?
It is coming out of the general
Yes,
fund.
it would come out of there anyway.
It doesn't come out of the fund, it comes out of,
No, it comes out of the general fund.
but, okay, out of general
Yeah,
fund.
no, he's
But can we
asking
remove it from the
It's
grant?
gonna be removed from grant.
Can we move it from our grant
Probably,
because it's economic development?
yeah.
So if you removed it as a grant, then they would have to budget for it in their operating budget, and they don't have the revenue source to do that. So this is we're granting them this revenue, basically, this
Right.
money to operate on.
Right, but I'm looking at where we get the extra money.
Okay.
Because we'll go over the 100,000 for our grants.
We're at 72,600 right now for the general fund grants.
Where, we can't be, because we had 1726 and then 50.
I added Agape to that, and then I added the Nevada Outdoor Schools and the Town of Kingston Water, because you said not to include Conservation District or the Chamber. 'cause
Okay, so
there's
we've got
no room.
Agape at 17, and
Yes.
we've got the,
5,000 for Nevada Outdoor Schools.
okay, so we're okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we grant Lita the amount of $22,000.
Second?
No, second.
Just on 32.
Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Nice.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving forward. To the Battle Mountain Town grant requests. So, the Frontier Community Action Agency and WIC, is there anyone here from there?
I don't know if someone's on the line. Is there
No, we
anyone?
got,
Oh, hi. I'm glad you're here, 'cause
I don't know anything, so I'm here though.
Alright.
you.
you're on.
Hi, I am Brenda Thomas, and I am here to represent the Frontier Community Action Agency and WIC office. And we're asking for $25,000 to continue to help residents of low-income families to kind of stretch their month out. And we've, helped an exponential amount of people this year because of COVID. And I don't see a decrease in the near future. So we're just asking for your assistance to help the residents of Lander County.
And it's, anybody who has worked, those lines, it's absolutely amazing to see what it went to before COVID and to what it is, now. It's unbelievable, the amount of people that they serve, so.
Can I have this? Does it, when you serve people, do they have to be a Lander County resident? Or can they come from anywhere and get in line?
For the food bank, for the emergency food, that is something that can be any county, any income level. We try to deter people from coming if they are not Lander County residents.
But they can't come.
But they are allowed per the Nevada Food Bank rules.
So you can't stop them?
Yes, I can't stop them, but we do try to
How
deter
could
that.
we establish that, Ted? If you don't have any reasonable suspicion or probable cause to ask them for.
You can condition your grant on it.
Oh,
That's
But how do you do that
Okay.
when the food bank is the one bringing the food? I mean, that's.
You can condition your grant money on Lander County residents only.
So then they, would have to check IDs and turn people away?
Absolutely.
Just bring a
You
bill
guys use this one?
that you
No.
have a.
I mean, I'm not suggesting.
No, I know, but
I'm not
just from
arguing
somebody
that
who
you should
stands
do
in the
it.
line to help, I
You
think
asked
that
the
is-
question, and
Yeah, I
and there
respect
is a
that
way
and I
to do it.
understand.
I don't think it's the same money.
No.
And I understand what you're saying.
Oh, if it's not the
It's
same
not
money,
the
no.
same money. This is like an entity that comes out of Reno and brings food
Okay,
to
that
us. We do have an application process that takes name and ages and income levels of the family. Anybody could come.
The grant money that we give them, based on their reimbursement backup that I see, it's they do give bus tickets to, I think, people that are maybe passing through. They do rental assistance, energy bills, things like that.
Yeah, we do rent assistance, energy assistance, and then bus tickets for mainly people that have like jobs out of town that can't get to said location. We'll try to help them. There are a few passer-throughs, just trying to get to the next town where we kind of give them a gas card, maybe, to get to Elko to ask for help there. So, I mean, that's like, because there's no services here. So it's basically a $25 gas card, just to try to get them to where they need to be.
I thought that our indigent money was used for that, and if somebody's broke down or stranded, they can go to the sheriff's office and get indigent money to get out of town.
Right, they'll give you a tank of gas, like a fuel tank.
A tank of gas.
Like a tank, like a fuel tank. So it's
But
like.
if you got a car full of kids and you're trying to get to Elko, or.
So we do work with the sheriff's office on getting gas for tanks.
And some of the churches too, also.
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
there's
We
quite a
kind
few.
of all work together. We refer people to the senior center to get indigent funds from there, to get energy assistance through there before we can help them. You know, we try to make sure that they have an established income or an income that's going to be coming in, so that it's not an every month occurrence. It is basically a step up. So we help you get to the next month so that your hole isn't deeper than it could have been. For this money, we base it on Lander County, except for just a gas card or to get to.
So it's based on need.
So that's based on need, yes, correct. But they have to live here in Lander County to receive any more than $25.
More than that.
Yes, sir.
I just,
Yeah.
I'm not taking a position.
All right. That's a valid question.
Yeah, no, it's a valid question. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Frontier Community Action Agency and WIC for $25,000 this year.
All right, Patsy made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Lander County Historical Society Cookhouse Museum for utilities for $7,000. So is there anybody here from the cookhouse?
I believe Lori's on the phone.
Is she on the phone? Lori, are you on the phone? Lori, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, very good.
I'm here.
Hi, hello, it's Kathy Ancho. All right, so you're up.
Sorry about this.
No worries.
I didn't feel well, so. Okay, so we're asking for I think I have to reverberation or something. We're asking for the $7,500 for our utility costs.
Okay.
Kathy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So So last year you had asked for the 7,000, and you'd gone up to 75. Is that for the increase in utilities, or what's that increase for, Lori?
Yes, it's just a regular increase in the different entities in utilities. Internet, telephone, gas and power, and the fire suppression.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you look at our fire suppression for 2021, we had to do a 5-year inspection plus 2 additional call-outs. And so it was quite expensive last year.
All
right. You guys didn't pay for that, but.
Are you getting any closer to the depot being done?
Yes, actually, we have a contractor now who is working on a 3-phase project, so that we have about $500,000 that he's going to at least get the first phase done. We have a presentation ready to do to Nevada Gold Mine and other entities so that we can get more money. We're thinking we'll probably need another $300,000.
So 700 to 800,000 for the depot?
Yes, if you can believe it. Makes me sick, but yes.
And unfortunately, since COVID, everything has gone up crazy. It's ridiculous. The prices on things for construction.
So Ted, will you clarify for me then on this, because we did fund the part-time administrative assistance that she needed last year, and yet we're saying we can't pay for payroll?
That's what's according to policy. And I pointed that out last year too.
Yes. So Lori, this doesn't have anything on, because you only have utilities on here, so this doesn't have anything to do with administrative fees?
No, her next one is personnel.
That's my next one.
Oh, I see. The next one is the personnel.
Yeah. But I was under the understanding that it was 501c3s were able to do that, to get the personnel. We've gone through this 3 or 4 years now.
There's a difference between legally and a policy that was created by the county commission. That's the only distinction, Lauren. The county commissioners can do it legally, in other words.
Mm-hmm.
However, they created a policy to not do it. They would have to change that policy.
Okay. So let's deal with this, the 7,500 first. Anybody have any other questions?
Well, I make a motion that we give the Lander County Historical Society Cookhouse Museum $7,500 for their utilities.
All right, a second.
I'll second.
All right, Art made the motion, JR seconded it, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome, Lander County Historical Society Cookhouse Museum for personnel for the $16,500. It's down, 1,900 from last year. So, under the policy.
And we did,
Go ahead.
we didn't, use all the money that the county, gave us last year because we were closed for 3 months. And, we've all been trying to volunteer Friday and Saturday because the person that I had in that position, her husband passed away and she hasn't come back yet. So it is down from last year.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, the policy, we changed the policy for that. Were you aware of that policy, Lori?
That you changed it? No.
Last year?
No, I didn't know that.
We didn't change it last year. We just simply ignored it last year and gave her the money for the the two part-time assistants.
Okay.
Because it's the same way with the chamber. We used to do that. We used to fund all of it, and we don't anymore. So it's the same type of thing. If they choose to, give a stipend or something like that, we try and help them in other ways, but they have to pay for that out of their own fundraising and such.
I do believe we did send a memo out to everybody who did a grant request, stating what our new policy was. So they should have received that, correct, Lakin?
So I emailed them all this, but it was after they submitted their grants because it was not in the new grant packet for this year. It didn't get put in last year's either. So next year's it will be included, the guidelines, but it wasn't in there and I wasn't aware of that. So as soon as I spoke with Bert and Liz about it, I emailed it to all of them, but they had already submitted their request.
They had already submitted their request.
Yes.
So, with that being said, what do we do since they had already submitted their requests when they got notification? And that they know this year that...
But I know it was spoke of on a commission meeting and voted on for grant
Do we know when
guidelines.
that was?
I think it was 2 years ago, but I'm not 100% sure.
It was spoke on the record last year during grants. Ted
Okay.
advised you guys that you had a policy not to pay salaries.
Okay.
But I guess my understanding was it was different for 501c3s.
Well, I'm thinking all the ones we're granting to, Lori, are 501c3s. So, because we can't grant correct, if they're not 501c3s. Here we go. It's like beating a dead horse.
You can give them money, but you would have to prove a number of things. And one of them, which is, it's in the best interest of the citizens of Lander County to do that, to give that money. On a 501c3, you do not have to prove that.
Okay.
But the question is about the policy, and the policy referred to grants, whether it's a 501c3 or not.
And unfortunately, when you balk the policy now, you balk the entire policy. I mean, if you go against the policy that was put in place, you go against the entire policy.
Do you have policy if you go against it?
No, you don't.
Well, that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. You might,
Exceptions to the rule?
Well, I hate to do, I mean, I just,
Well, there's more exceptions than there are rules.
It's the people of Lander County's money.
which I respect, and I get that, but then I think that we need to bring that policy back then and do it the right way. which I don't have a problem doing, but we have to do it broader, because if we say no to one person and yes to another, then we're not word to word. So, I mean, I think that I would like, is that something we can do, is go ahead next time, bring the policy back, and then bring this, can we bring this?
Okay,
Bring the policy back and then have them reapply for the 16,500 would be the right protocol.
Yeah, exactly, because they're not.
If you're gonna keep the policy.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you check, I voted against that, like many other money issues.
Well, actually, since they weren't open quite so much last year either with the COVID and such, they do have a nice balance. So,
Unmuted.
I'll make a motion that we approve this request for $6,000, but to be used for other costs related to the museum and not for salaries.
Are you saying 6,000 or 16,000?
6,000.
You're saying 6,000?
Yeah, that'll bring them up to what we approved last year with what they have left.
What they have left?
Yeah.
With what they rolled over.
So they have something, yeah.
The grants don't roll over, so I want to make that clear. So I don't know if Lori's was confused on that.
No,
If they
I
don't spend
understand that.
it
If
by
we don't
June
spend it, we
30th,
don't.
It's gone.
There, it's gone.
It starts over. It doesn't roll over.
Oh. So it just goes back into the grant fund or the general
Yes,
fund?
that's why they have to come and ask every year, because it starts over July 1.
Well, it's because this is that something that we can do if that's the consensus of people, that we bring the policy back, because if you're going against your policy, your policy is of no use.
Okay, but are you planning on bringing it back so it's time for us to do this year for our budget?
Regardless, because if you do that one, your policy for anyone else is no good.
No, I excluded.
She didn't make a motion to pay salaries.
So she's saying just 6,000 in general? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
I am.
Okay.
Just giving them, because they didn't request, they've got the utilities, this is gonna give them some extra, but they can't use it for salaries. They're gonna have to do a fundraiser or something.
Okay, is that something that we can do if it's not, since it's listed on here under personnel?
You can put any conditions on the grant you wish.
And I did.
Okay, well, that's the part I didn't understand. Well, that's the part I didn't understand, since it said personnel on there. I just want to make sure that we're within our.
Can they amend the one they already approved to be 13,500?
In budget, you can't put.
So we don't have two
just a
separate?
tentative one anyway.
Oh, she's actually asking if you can change the first one that you approved and just increase the 6,000.
Because that's for operating.
Okay, for her operating.
And then not approve the salary.
Okay.
You certainly can
Okay.
reopen that up.
All right, so that would make it cleaner.
Why don't you open them both up together?
Okay,
and then
so, all right, so
make
let's do that, to
another
make this
motion.
cleaner. So it's not nearly as confusing.
But I'm a bit confused.
Okay, go ahead, Lori.
I'm just a bit confused. So what are you doing then? I no longer can come to you for personnel.
So, what Patsy was talking about is increasing opening these both up together, and instead of giving you any money for personnel, giving you the extra money for other costs.
Okay.
Okay, so that you have more than just the 7,500, so then it doesn't go for personnel.
And that way, when you do a fundraiser or whatever, it can go directly to personnel, but you still have
So when you do your
some extra
fundraisers.
money in there.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, Patsy, we'll go ahead.
So you want me to increase the one that we just had?
Yeah.
Yes. Amend your motion.
Otherwise, we'd have two grants for operating costs.
It wasn't my motion, so.
Art made the
motion.
So Art has, Art can amend his motion.
Oh, sorry.
I did the
Sorry.
second.
You don't blame them. Go ahead.
So instead of the 7,500, give them some extra.
Give them some extra, can
Yeah.
I give them more?
Yeah, you wanna amend your motion on the first one from 7,500 to 13,500.
Unless you want to include the money that's not rolling over. think that's what Patsy intended.
Yeah,
But it
just,
doesn't
But
look
we
like-
don't know how much really because the year's not over.
just increase it.
To 13.
Okay, I'll amend my motion on Lander County Historical Society Cookhouse Museum, 7,500 request to 13,500.
All right.
Okay, and I had the second, so I approve that with the amended motion.
So Art made the motion, who seconded, Patsy seconded that?
Yeah, for operational costs, right?
Right.
Okay, so Art made the motion, Patsy second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Better not raise my tax.
All right, so 13,000, is what you got, Lori?
13,500 or 13,000?
13.5.
13.5.
Okay. Thank you very, very much.
No, you're welcome. Thank you.
Lori.
All right. So, Battle Mountain Raceway for insurance, supplies, fuel, and repairs. Nobody here?
I don't know if anyone's on the phone.
Anyone on the phone?
Is there anybody on the phone for the Battle Mountain Raceway?
Well, I'll make a motion that,
I have a question before
Yeah.
you get to that, may I? And I'm sorry they're not here because I had a question on supplies for the concession stand. And when I said supplies, I was thinking, well, maybe, you know, coffee water, you know.
Muted. Unmuted.
Something like some kind of equipment that they needed, but it says supplies, and then it says, this amount excludes all alcoholic beverages. Well, if that's true, then they're selling it, so why are we paying for the supplies?
First, they're not a 501c3. So somebody would have to be here and try to present some type of evidence, whether, even if it's a statement, to prove that it's in the best interest of the Lander County citizens to give them money, since they're not a 501c3. They're a for-profit institution. So if no one's here to do that, legally, I don't see how you can grant them any money.
But can we if we want to?
No, not unless you want to prove it. Unless you want to present some type of evidence that it's in the best interest
You know,
of the
we've
citizens of Lander.
we've
Well, the
supported them.
supplies-
Yeah, we've supported them before.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they are for profit. I don't.
But.
They don't have a 501c3. I know.
Yeah, I don't know if they've renewed their 501c3, but they also, the supplies that they're utilizing are supplies that, like, if they're for the, concession, they're selling concessions and then getting the money back to utilize to buy more concessions. And so it wasn't, 3 years ago, I mean, there was like $78,000 that they were granted. I mean, that's a huge amount of money that, I don't know, and on top of that, there isn't anyone here.
Well,
So-
DA says we can't do it, so that's
I-
that's what we have legal advice for.
According to the statute, it
Well,
says
no,
that
then what, it just is, we just move on to the next one.
you have to make a finding.
Fine.
A finding. You find, to grant the money, you have to find that it's in the best interest of Lander
Well,
County.
So how do you do
Or
that?
the
Just
citizens.
move on to the next one because there's nobody here?
Yeah, you can table, you can do it.
yeah, let's table this.
Okay, well-
Maybe we can get somebody here later today.
All right.
And just so the commission's aware, we did start a line item that'll be later on in the budget. We put $40,000 in there, mainly for, the advisory boards we cannot grant money to get things good going for our community. And some of the things that they're asking for may fall within the structure of that 40,000.
Okay.
But that's later on in the agenda, and I don't know that it necessarily applies directly to this, but indirectly it can.
All right, so we'll just table that for now. All right, can we take a 10-minute break?
Kathy,
Yes.
Becky's here for the
Okay.
next one.
All right.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right. For the Battle Mountain Raceway, we're gonna go back and open that one up, for the insurance, supplies, fuel, repairs for 20,000. So Becky, you wanna come up, pretty please? So one of the things that has been the stickler in the past handful of years is the proof that the racetrack is a 501c3. So do you guys have your documents that show that you're a 501c3?
We were not able to get that position at whatever. I worked with the IRS. The status, yes. Worked with the IRS for about 8 months last year, going back and forth with, this is our application. Okay, we'll explain this, and then we would explain what they needed about 3 times. And then
Are you still in the process?
No, we have withdrawn our application because the final said that we cannot claim that as a status.
So so you're not a 501c3.
We are not. We're still a C3.
Okay, so at that point we're unable to grant any funds because they don't have the status of the 501c3 because there's not the proof that it benefits the entire community.
Unless they can prove that it benefits the park.
Yes. So
You can't grant, it's not a charitable institution.
Okay.
So we can't grant pursuant to that provision of the statute.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The only other provision is if they can prove that they give a substantial benefit to the citizens of Lander County.
Okay. So
If it would be a burden on the county to run the program, then we could claim that as a status, and then we would be able to. But in conversations with Bert and the IRS man, there was other talk about having it run through the county tourism. Is this a different subject, or?
That's a different board, you'd have to, right? You'd have to.
We thought maybe we could help out with some of the equipment or some of the working on the track, some of
Right.
those things for you.
Right, so, okay.
Yes, no, Patsy's on the right line, so that's not with this funding, that's with actually getting equipment to them to use to maintain the track, not for the funding of it.
So, are you saying the grant is denied because we're not a charitable? Okay.
yes. So yeah, we weren't able to fund that because you don't have the status of a 501c3.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Becky.
All right, moving forward, the Battle Mountain Junior High Rodeo Association for the Buster Miller Memorial Rodeo for $5,000. Hi, guys.
Hi.
So, you're on.
Suzanne Lemaire for the record. I'm helping out because we started this, but we're passing it along. We were unaware of the request to lower our request until after our grant was in place. So the amounts that are asked for the rodeo club or the junior association is the same as last year. And I think the reason that we are coming to you as the board is we usually are self-sustaining through donations through the community. But with the impact of COVID economically in our community, we last year and this year are looking at a substantially less amount of money coming through donations from the community.
Not just the community, but the mines as well.
Yeah.
The mines denied us anything at all last year, and that generally pays most of our prizes.
So we are asking for the county's assistance, hopefully one more year.
Okay. So under miscellaneous, what does that cover?
On ours, the miscellaneous is the flour, the flags, ribbons, stuff like that we might have to run down to the hardware store to get to put that event on that maybe isn't there from year to year. We do borrow a lot from the high school rodeo club and stuff, but if there's something missing there, they have a potato race or maybe $100 worth of stuff at the very max that would be miscellaneous items, you know.
Well, I'll make a motion that we give the Battle Mountain
Hey,
Junior
Art.
Rodeo Association.
He's got.
Yeah, just for the record, they are a 501c3, I believe.
We are. I have
Yes.
that paperwork,
Okay.
That's on here.
And for the record, if you give them the grant request, then it would have to be followed up by a resolution since they are 501c3.
And maybe an option to something like this is if this doesn't work here, is that we can look at maybe upping that 40,000 we have in our line item, and they could possibly come back before the committee that's going to be over at the Civic Center in the future for some of these community-oriented events.
Under the rec center?
Yes.
And you have to show the purpose of the grant or donation in the resolution. So I would really prefer that you go on the record and say miscellaneous, apply it to another category.
I guess I'm not quite
To give
understanding
it
where you're coming from,
purpose.
Ted.
Define what you mean by miscellaneous for the purpose of the resolution.
So miscellaneous will.
More
and
specific.
possibly
Yeah, we have to have
include
specific
the
items.
purchases of potatoes.
I thought it was actually
For the
in
potato
mine
race.
when I did that, yes.
I do think it is.
Let me look on one of the pages, I printed it out.
So I think is what Ted is saying is that if Art makes his motion to approve this, and we just got to come back by resolution, and if we have the verbiage right now by resolution, we can apply that by resolution. It'd be easiest for the approval now, get the resolution from what you guys state right here on the record.
So it
And then we're
doesn't
done.
matter what it is, but if it's tools or food or.
It just cannot be said as.
Okay, in that,
On number 5, it states exactly what they're gonna use the.
yeah, in our backup information,
Yeah.
we can take it from there, because it said last year, we gave them 5,000, and they were used to purchase the insurance policy, rodeo awards, printing of day sheets, posters, materials needed, such as
That's perfect.
food, ribbons, etc. That's all in here.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So if you'll make that part of your motion, and then by resolution, we can come back and get them the money.
Open up, I'll just take care of all three.
You could.
Which ones are you doing?
The rodeo.
They're different.
Battle Mountain Junior
They're
Rodeo,
different
Battle
though, I
Mountain
think.
High School
Yeah, there are
rodeo.
2 requests. I'm just wearing lots of hats.
They're
No,
separate.
we're just on the junior rodeo one.
Is it different people or is it
Yes.
the same people?
Different.
Okay.
2 different
Oh,
groups.
different people?
Yeah.
Okay.
So who has the miscellaneous?
The
That would be-
junior rodeo that we're on right now.
Okay, so you can open up 2 of them is my point.
They're already on the one with the miscellaneous.
Yes, it's all in the same request. It tells you exactly what we would be using any of the funds for when I wrote up the grant request.
So are we on the Battle Mountain Junior Rodeo
Yes.
and the miscellaneous all at once? So that's the 10,000,
backup?
5,000 for each,
No,
correct?
No, we're only on the
Miscellaneous is a
5,000.
Yeah, only the
We're just on
5,000.
the junior
Ted, they're
rodeo.
referring
Okay.
to the thing that the financials that they attached.
No,
To
my
the
my
grant
point
request.
is, are they asking for, who's asking for the 5,000 miscellaneous?
We are, the junior
No,
rodeo.
no.
Oh,
No.
no, there's no miscellaneous 5,000.
On your agenda, this current discussion pertains to the Battle Mountain Junior Rodeo Association only.
That's what, yes, that's a clarification we need.
So the next one is the 15,000.
10,000.
No,
10,000.
Who has the $5,000 request?
not us.
It is
That-
$5,000.
Okay.
It
It's
is
not-
5,000.
It is.
But it's not for miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous.
It doesn't say 5,000.
He's referring to this.
Yes,
That
it
says
says $200.
miscellaneous.
This is their normal expenses of $200
I'm
for
going by the
miscellaneous.
agenda.
So the one on the agenda, last one under town grant request miscellaneous grants of 5,000
Oh, that's
is not
for-
us.
That's,
Okay,
that's
that's,
the
No, no,
county.
no,
We
I know
found
that.
that 5,000
that's all
separate.
we needed to find out.
Okay.
Because we thought
He was gonna
Mark
incorporate
was
all
gonna
them
make
into
a
one.
motion to incorporate
All
that
of
No, they're
$5,000, and I wanted to clarify
Yeah, I
things.
understand where you're coming from now.
Are you all straightened out now? Because I knew what I was doing.
Sorry, Art.
No.
So now where are we?
Now we're at the $5,000 request for the junior rodeo, and I'll make the motion that we grant the $5,000 for the Junior High Rodeo Association.
So we have a second?
And could you put followed by resolution?
And followed up by resolution to
All right,
make
Art.
Ted happy.
Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Now we got down
They
to
did
the
a
Battle Mountain
resolution
High School
after they
Rodeo
approved
Club,
it.
for rodeo slash insurance, $10,000. Okay.
Okay, so this is now me as the high school representative. And we do put on a 3-day rodeo in September with contestants coming from all over the state of Nevada. So ours is a little bit larger and a little bit more extensive, hence the larger amount of the grant, larger operating costs. Last year I wanted a little bit more data backing up because I know we do a pretty hefty amount of economic input as parents when we go into another community. So I surveyed our people who came in last year. Around 12.5% of our people actually stay in motel rooms when they come. 60% of them camp, and about the rest of them, well, 25% said they go back home, and then I have 2.5% that don't know what they do at night, but they didn't answer. 83% of the people I surveyed said they buy a tank of fuel while they're here. 73% of the people are dining in town, and 48% are going to spend money in the grocery store while they're here. So, and they also said on other miscellaneous items, such as the hardware store, probably the parts store, I'm not really sure, but we had 20% of people said they would spend money in that area also. Again, I hope not to have to come back. I appreciate the fact that we are able to come get this money from the community at this time, or the county, but we just are so reliant on donations. We're not a for-profit association. What we do, we roll over what is left as far as profit goes to putting back to put on the next year's rodeo, sending our kids as national representatives to the national finals and the Silver State International Finals, Invitational Finals, and we also give out scholarships to our graduating seniors. I think last year I spent almost all of what you had given us.
Well, I make a motion that we grant the $10,000 request for the Battle Mountain High School Rodeo, but I have a question. How much does the school contribute to this?
We're not school affiliated.
Well, why do you say high school rodeo club?
Because that's the age requirement.
Age group.
We actually are a junior high association now too. We start, actually next year we'll start as early as the 5th grade. Right now we're currently 6th through 8th as a junior association, and then the high school is 9th through 12th.
So Art made the motion, of a second.
Followed by resolution.
Huh? Or followed by
That'd be
resolution.
followed by resolution.
I'll second it.
Alright. Art made the motion and JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, very good. Thank you,
Alright.
guys.
Thank you, we appreciate it very much.
So miscellaneous grants.
Who made this request?
What is this?
This is just a little bit extra grant money that we budget for in case we get people that come in the middle of the year, like we did last year, or this current year.
Your department's making this request.
Our department is?
Yeah.
Basically.
People
Okay.
who were putting on things that didn't know they were going to put them on.
Okay.
And then they come in for help, like, oh, this is for the 4th of July or whatever, and they didn't realize they were going to do it.
We
But,
normally just do
yeah, we
$5,000.
always spend it. Can you give us an idea, just, do you know off the top of your head, some of the things that we paid for last year that we didn't expect to?
The 2 rodeos and the Burners Car Club all came after budget in the middle of the fiscal year, so it has been expended. It's been over expended actually, but
Well, I was wondering if we could increase this just a little bit.
We did take and send notification out to everybody, so it would be done at the proper time this year. Anybody who got grant money from us last year was notified this year of this budget, to hopefully alleviate some of that. Yes.
I know, but, I mean, sometimes things pop up that you don't expect. And
yeah, I just followed suit with 5,000, but you guys are welcome
I
to.
just thought if we increased a little bit, since we have expended it, like the one that came in for the Outdoor Nevada that, came in, we said, wait till budget time. Are you in a hurry? And they said, no, we're fine. But that would have been nice to be able to fund that. Fortunately, they didn't need it right that minute, but I mean, we didn't have any money to fund it. So I'm just thinking, since it's ours and it's our discretion anyway, should we move that up? What do you think?
I just don't, I think that that's where you start messing around with how much money you have when you say we need you to come in at, grant time and then we have extra.
No, I understand that point, but I mean, these are folks that aren't always used to our grant time, and if COVID is opening up more and more, there might be somebody that wants to do something and will come in for a little bit and we can help, that's all. So, just asking.
I like your idea.
Okay.
We're at, with moving the Battle Mountain Chamber into the town, we're at $79,500 that you've approved so far.
How much?
$79,500 for the town, the Battle Mountain town.
Oh, we're still in good shape.
So you have 20,500 that you guys could allocate to this to beat the 100,000 if that's what you guys choose to.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we fund our miscellaneous grants at $8,000.
I'll second.
Kathy made the motion, Art seconded it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And aye. None opposed? All right, very good. So, moving forward. All right. Going to the Austin Town grant requests. So for Austin Medical Clinic for their rent and defibrillation, defibrillator, excuse me for that, for $6,000.
The hospital doesn't help with this?
No, it's actually operated by Nevada Health Centers.
Okay.
So do we have anybody from?
She should be on the line.
Who is it?
Hi, this is Linda Toby from Nevada Health Center.
Oh, hello. And who am I speaking to?
Toby from Nevada Health Center.
Linda.
Linda.
Muted. Unmuted. Can you hear me?
There? Linda, are you there?
Was there a question? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Good, thank you. Okay.
Was there a question regarding our request?
Yeah, if you want to go on to explain your expense for the rent and the defibrillator.
Absolutely. And we greatly appreciate the past support of Lander County. Our request is for a defibrillator that we would have in the clinic. A significant percentage of our patients in the Austin clinic are older, 68%, and it's just to be able to address any cardiac emergencies as they occur. And then the rent is $4,686, and it includes $3,600 rent for the facility, with the remaining $1,066 helping to cover the cost of equipment and storage rental.
Okay. How many days a week are you guys open?
We are currently open 1 day a week with a provider and a medical assistant. We had 123 patient visits last year at the Austin clinic. 79% were uninsured or underinsured. As I mentioned, majority were seniors, and most of our patients are low income.
Are we looking at another day? Are you going to be able to get a provider so we can open up a little bit more?
I can ask that question. I can't answer it myself right now. I'm sorry.
Well, without the Kingston Clinic anymore, I think we really have a definite need, and I know COVID threw everything crazy, but hopefully that's changing a little bit this year, and so I just wondered how you were doing with your recruiting, because we definitely would like to see you there a little bit more often.
Thank you very much. I will pass that on to our Chief Medical Officer.
And right now, you don't have any defibrillator, no AED at all at the clinic?
No.
Gee, you'd have to run across the street to the sheriff's office or the courthouse. So that would be awful. Okay.
That's true.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Austin Clinic for $6,000.
Second.
Commissioner, could you please, unless they're a 501c3, could you please add that you find that they provide a substantial...
Oh, are you a 501c3? They're full.
Yes, we are.
Okay, then we need to do a resolution. So it's the motion is for $6,000 and for us to do a resolution accordingly.
Second.
Pat's made a motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Kathy, can you read off of the agenda? Because we should have did the Austin Historical Society first.
I have them flip-flopped on my spreadsheet that I put in the binder, but the Historical Society was first on the agenda.
Okay.
So we need to go back to that.
All right, so where am I at then here?
I thought we were on a time frame that we had to call or something, that's why.
She was reading off of the sheet.
I'm reading off of, out of the book, so. So, if I've already.
Page 3 of your agenda.
So, yeah, so.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to point it out that I did have them flipped in the backup, so
Oh, okay,
just
so
to
I'm
read
just
off the
going off
agenda.
of, oh, I see where it says the, Austin Historical Society, I jumped right over, I see, I'm sorry. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and finish this one and just go back to the Austin Historical Society, is that what you're wanting me to do?
You just finished the.
That one's done.
Okay, alright, so now we're gonna go to the Austin Historical Society. For $17,500.
All right, Dee Helming, Austin Historical Society. We actually had an increase this year because we're asking for some funding for repairs. The Historical Society inherited Stokes Castle when Wally Trapnell died, and the fencing around the castle is in really, really bad shape. People have cut it and we've repaired it, and it's been there since the 50s. And so I got a quote from Desi Skeeth Construction to not replace any poles or anything like that, just to replace the netting around it because it's in such disrepair and it looks awful. And then also we have another set of fencing up by the warehouse buildings that has been there since the 50s also, and it's board fencing, and the posts have rotted off, and we need to have that repaired also. And so we asked for the additional funds, the additional $10,000 for the fence repairs on those two properties. And then of course our grant request for our utilities and all of that. Now 2 years ago you guys gave us a grant to replace our old oil furnace with an electric furnace, which was awesome because our power bill, our bills have dropped from like $600 a month from stove oil to about $160 a month in the winter for the heating costs.
On electric?
Yeah. It's amazing. I can't believe the difference. The stove oil has just been so expensive, and so that was just like a really awesome grant that you guys gave us.
I love the fact that your new sign that you got is lit.
Yeah, we got it. I also put in for a grant. You know, Travel Nevada got funding for COVID also, and so I put in for a grant. We got $6,000 from Travel Nevada, and we did a new sign for the museum, and it's just so nice.
Dee, have you ever looked into what it would cost to rebuild the castle?
Like I said, we just got it and finally got all the paperwork and stuff finalized on it. And there is a grant program that I've been talking to with Garney DeMalley from Eureka. And it's a federal type grant. And so I'm going to start researching that more and see what we can do to possibly... We'll never restore the castle back to where you can actually go into it. It would actually end up being just kind of a state of arrested decay to stabilize it and keep it so that it is our landmark. But to actually restore the floors and put it all back in there, I don't think you could do it. Honestly. To meet building codes today, you couldn't do it. So it would only end up in a state of arrested decay. And then we would want to put the castellations back around the top. We found all the rocks, and we can have those put back because a lot of them got pushed off in like the 70s. Before they took the stairs and stuff out, the kids would climb up there and push the rocks off. But we found most of the rocks, so we can pretty well get those put back. But that's down the line.
Your second fence, is this the
It was
one?
in the 70s, you're safe.
Yeah, it wasn't burnt. I swear it wasn't burnt.
Is this the fence behind the museum?
What's that?
Is this the fence behind the museum?
No, this is up there by the Forest Service, what we call the Forest Service warehouse, where the
Okay,
old
you
fire
said
trucks.
warehouse.
Yeah.
But I noticed the one behind the museum is down.
Well, I kind of felt that was less important than the castle and the fence up there around the warehouse.
I just wanted to be sure which fence it was.
I'm trying to budget here, okay?
So, and you guys are the 501.
Yes, we are a 501c3.
So whoever makes the motion has to do it for the resolution.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Austin Historical Society for $17,500 and for us to do a resolution.
Second.
Thank you.
So Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
No.
Aye.
All right, very good. Thank you. Moving forward. Number 4, for discussion and possible action regarding the CCP Fund 055. So for, A, engineering fees in the amount of $150,000. Flood levy project rollover in the amount of, $4,800,000.
Okay, I stuttered on these big amounts.
Yeah. Water and Sewer District 2 extended project rollover in the amount of $10 million. Frontage road project between 2nd and 3rd exits, partial rollover in the amount of $1,500,000. F, 67 Main Street, Austin, reconstruction, partial rollover in the amount of $1 million. Cape Seal, Gilman, and Kingston rollover in the amount of $950,000. Crack Seal Old project rollover in the amount of $245,000. Sheep Creek Road paving rollover in the amount of $267,188. Pave Casey Road to Round Mountain rollover in the amount of $412,500. Battle Mountain West Side Water and Sewer Paving Sidewalk Project partial rollover in the amount of $8,900,000. Safe Routes to School East Side rollover in the amount of $780,000. Safe Route to the School West Side in the amount of $3 million. Mag Chloride Battle Mountain in the amount of $100,000. Pave Millard Fillmore and Norman Lane, $1,073,000. Pave Yellow Brick Road in the amount of $500,000. Pave Sunset Road in the amount of $187,500. Austin Water Treatment Project in the amount of $1,500,000. Austin Chlorination Lower Tank in the amount of $195,000. Austin Lower Booster Pumps in the amount of $130,000. Austin Upper Booster Pumps in the amount of $125,000. Austin Airport Water Line in the amount of $1,587,600. Pond Line and Cart Bridge in the amount of $265,000. Mag Chloride Austin in the amount of $100,000. Community Walkway Bike Path in the amount of $400,000. Library County Round in the amount of $2 million. I-80 Sound Wall in the amount of $300,000. Repave Civic Center parking lot in the amount of $144,000. emergency project line in the amount of $250,000.
Donnie,
Holy cow.
you want some money?
This ain't all me.
Wow. All right.
I noticed on your priority list, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Don. But everything was either high or moderate. I didn't have any low.
There was enough there already, so I didn't include the low.
I mean, if we approved all of this, could you really get everything done?
No.
This coming year?
There would be quite a few rollovers.
It'd be a rollover
There
for
would be.
next
There would
time,
be.
okay. All right.
You can't hire one company or two companies to come in and get it done in the summer?
I wish.
No, I'm serious. I mean, it may be a
That's-
little more expensive, but at least we'd get it done all at once.
That's,
It'd be a complicated bidding process if you
Yeah.
tried to do that.
A what?
Complicated bidding process. I don't know if they're
Oh,
able to do that.
We have our biggest time restraints on this is the engineering. The engineers take
Mhm.
forever getting plans put together and plan sets to put out to bid. If we get all that, we probably could.
Do you have a priority?
Yeah, the ones he has
Yes.
listed.
Okay,
yes.
so shout out your priorities and
They're in your book.
They're in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in here.
I believe they was in order.
Yeah, I put them in order.
Yeah, he has them in order.
I've got, the moderate ones, I've got the May Chloride, Dave Miller, Fillmore, and Norman Lane is a high one. Yellowbrook Road is moderate, Dave Sunset is moderate, and the high priority is the safe side roads, right?
Yes, I believe so.
That's what I had.
And what are the safe routes?
That's the sidewalks.
The
The sidewalks jobs?
What?
The sidewalks?
Oh, okay.
I do have a comment on the Austin Airport water line, because under the new act that they just passed, I looked at the FAA specs, and they'd have down there that grants are available for firefighting, and I talked with the JUB to see if we can put in for our airport water line, maybe under that grant for something. And so he's gonna try, even, we may do it or may not, but at least we're looking at some other funding, is what I'm saying, and so, not that we can still hope for it, because FAA's been extremely generous with several things that they've done
Yes,
for
I've
us
been
under
talking
under
about-
the new COVID Act, yeah.
There is a lot of funding you can go through on the airports
So,
like that, so, what
okay.
I've been figuring out, so.
But the whole thing is, I mean, if we just approve everything as it is, then you'll just turn around and roll over like we did this year, rolling over some, and we keep going,
Yes.
because all these things, I mean, it's the county and you have to take care of it. You have to take care of our roads, that's what we do.
Right.
That's our responsibility, so I don't see anything on there that maybe some can wait, but we
And
need
that
to
was
do it
my
all.
way of thinking, I figured if we can allocate the money now and get it put aside.
Okay.
That way the state can't take it from us if it's already allocated
Okay.
for.
And
Now,
if this,
oops, I'm
sorry. If this is running up against it, I do know that CISA, the Water and Sewer District 2 projects, the reason we rolled over the 10 million is we weren't sure what the numbers were gonna be. We've been waiting on them numbers to come back from NDOT. We did just get them I believe this morning, if not late last week. So that total 10 million's in there. We've spent, we will be spending about 3 million, 2.9 some. So there's a substantial over on that. If we need to cut that back, we can cut that back if we're close to the.
How about the library? That's the one that Brian keeps pushing, of course, saying we should do our own. So we've got it in there and we're putting it aside and we're earmarking it just in case, right?
Yes, and it's in here just because it'd be a one-time thing to get it up and rolling, as opposed to being in our budget.
That should do it. That amount should get us started. I think it's a good thing for the county to have their own library.
And is there, the Royals Ranch Road, the repatching where they dug up where they had that, is that ours or is that the state? Where they?
That's ours.
That's ours?
Yes.
Are we going to be doing?
Yes, we're gonna patch that.
Okay.
That's our road? That's the state's road, but it's our water line that created
what?
It's our water line that created the problem there, so.
Okay, so we're responsible for the.
I would believe so, yes.
Okay.
The 10 million for the water and sewer district number 2, NDOT came back with right at 3 million that we owe right now on that project. So I don't know what's going to be spent for next year if it's done, but we could lower that 10 million down.
Okay.
Even though it's a rollover, we could still lower it down.
Okay.
And some of the other rollovers, we added additional money.
Mhm.
So we're rolling over what was budgeted last year, plus we're adding. So you guys could take a look at those too.
So the things like the booster pumps, they're priorities?
Yes, that's what's our water well's 7 miles out in the valley, and it's gotta go 7 miles to a tank, and then it goes from a booster pump up the mountain to another booster pump, and then,
You gotta pump it upstream.
yes.
And on the Austin water projects, normally we would budget for those in the water and sewer fund. That's how we do Battle Mountain, but Austin doesn't have a big enough fund balance yet to take on those projects, so
No,
we had to put it in the CCP.
I'd fund all of them, roll it over what you don't use.
I do think with the cuts that are coming from the state, that earmarking as much money as possible with possible projects is not a terrible idea.
No.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the CC fund as it is, with the rollovers and the new projects that we have.
All right, Pat's, is there a second?
Second?
So, Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, alright, moving forward. Discussion of possible, action regarding building and equipment repair and maintenance, Fund 029. The Civic Center, 2 heating units in the amount of $28,476. Battle Mountain Fire Hall heating unit and swamp cooler replaced in the amount of $16,321. Courthouse tie-off system in the amount of $36,563. Major repairs, 2014H cat grader, fuel and hydraulics in the amount of $65,000. Rebuild a 1996 770 BH John Deere grader in the amount of $100,000. And a new engine for screen plant in the amount of $15,000. New 18-speed transmission for truck 214 in the amount of $12,000. So Austin Fire Hall new roof, $19,410. Austin Fire Hall replaced 2 bay doors in the amount of $14,278. Austin Fire Hall new carpet in the amount of $4,183. Lander County hire con crew in the amount of $40,000. All right. Hello.
Good morning, Anna Panola with the Building Department.
Is it better to rebuild the 1996 770 BH John Deere grader for $10,000? Or should we buy a new one? Well, a new one's gonna be
Actually,
around $300,000.
we are buying a new grader, are we not?
In Battle Mountain.
Yes, one's for
In
Battle
Battle
Mountain.
Mountain?
So this is for Austin for Rick, and Rick, prefers the older equipment that doesn't have as many computers on it because it's such a long service call.
Yeah. Well,
So-
you can't get somebody out in Austin to come work on them. Like
Yeah.
we can here, we can get somebody here the same day where they're days to weeks out getting out.
They typically have to load their equipment and haul it in to get looked at, even if it's just a simple run a scan on the computer, so he's preferring the rebuild.
I'm just wondering. The new one's 300?
It's over 300,000.
330, I believe, it's in here somewhere.
Yeah.
That's all.
The 100,000 sounds a lot cheaper now.
If it's worthwhile.
So on the rebuilds, everything is replaced on them from nose to tail except for the mainframe. It's a brand new machine, more or less.
Oh,
Just
wow, new
yeah,
motor, everything.
they go through the whole thing, front to back.
Rotisserie.
Yes.
Alright,
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the, building and equipment repair list out of Fund 029.
you have a second? Alright, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, moving
Thank
forward.
you.
Thanks, Anna. Discussion of possible action regarding building and equipment fixed assets, Fund 029. Safety equipment in the amount of $255,000. Computer software, hardware rollover in the amount of $250,000. Industrial park rollover in the amount of $7,500,000. Radios mount upgrade, Battle Mountain Fire radios replacement rollover in the amount of $320,500. Update telephone system for county buildings, partial rollover in the amount of $165,000. Austin Youth Center reconstruction in the amount of $300,000. Building department is requesting a new mid-sized pickup in the amount of $40,000. Lander County Sheriff's Department is requesting a roof replacement in the amount of $600,000. Sheriff's Department is requesting 4 fully equipped vehicles, a partial rollover in the amount of $352,760. Austin Road and Bridge is requesting a new 350 heavy-duty dually diesel pickup in the amount of $57,000. Austin Road and Bridge is requesting a new belly dump trailer in the amount of $62,000. Battle Mountain Road and Bridge is requesting a new grader in the amount of $330,000. Battle Mountain Road and Bridge is requesting a new plow truck in the amount of $70,000. Landfill is requesting a new water truck in the amount of $111,000. Civic Center is requesting a kitchen remodel in the amount of $800,000. Austin Water and Sewer is requesting a new pickup in the amount of $40,000. Battle Mountain Water and Sewer is requesting a new vac trailer in the amount of $63,000. Lander County Master Plan in the amount of $195,500. Austin Town of Austin Boundary Line rollover in the amount of $100,000.
On some of these things that we're looking at, like especially the one for the landfill, a new water truck, do we ever try to buy any of the used ones from the other counties
No, but I did get a,
for those types of things that we're not on the road all the time, you know?
Typically, they're in the same condition and the same reason why we're trying to get new ones.
Really?
yes. And I did look into the pricing on a used one, like the used rentals, but as Bert said, they're in the same condition, and that's why they're getting rid of them, so.
I mean, it just seems like there's still a lot of good used things out there sometimes. So, I mean, rather than brand new all the time, you're going.
I think any more people are keeping them because they don't have the money to replace them. We only replace ours because we have net proceeds and extra money. Most people are running them to the ground.
Including us.
Including.
Yeah, if you look at our stuff, it's well used, so. The current water truck that's out there was retired 3 different times, I believe, and then rebuilt and brought back into service, and it's to the point now where you cannot get parts for it, so. We're piecing it together from all
Well,
other
no, I
old
understand the
stuff, so-
replacing, but I mean, I just wondered because I mean, people buy used cars all the time.
Right.
And so when it comes to equipment and some of it, I thought, and some of it has been rebuilt, and we get rid of some of ours, and that's not all that bad. So I thought if we need new on everything, but just checking if we look into it.
And I had a question I had spoken to Bert about for the sand trucks that do the salt. Is it the salt water that they go out ahead of time and put on the road? Is that something that we are ever will consider?
I've been looking into that. I'm talking to a guy, and we're in the works on that. And we've actually been set up for a while now at the road department, but we just never have got the material. It's mag chloride basically is what it is. And you spray it on the road before, and
In Have you checked on the prices of bladder to store your mag chloride?
Actually, well, I've been talking to this guy enough, he might be furnishing us one, so, but I'm working on it.
Now, I believe what Kathy's speaking of is the brine. So
The
that's
brine.
just, yes, it's not the mag, it's actually just a highly concentrated salt water that's sprayed out on the road and then dries and.
Which is mag
Yeah,
Which
you
is
can't
what,
put it in a metal tank because it leads it.
Right,
yep.
right, you have to have it in a coated tank. But I've been working on that. It's several years in the works, so.
Do you have a truck to apply it?
We have one we use for spraying weeds, and we figured dual purpose it, so.
And so on, the Austin Youth Center, reconstructing, are we still considering that as the Austin Youth Center? So when we're finished with that, is that what it's going to be utilized for?
I believe so, and I think the 300,000 is something that we can put out there so we can hopefully get some of these grants that we're gonna put in for that. It's we're trying to leverage the money.
Okay.
Because to actually complete it, what did it come out to, Ms. Patsy, do you
Anywhere
recall?
from 600,000 to 900,000.
Yes. So this is just a leverage on, trying to leverage our money to move a little further.
Okay.
And actually, we did approve that amount last year. It was on the same thing, but I don't know why it wasn't a rollover. But anyway, it's on there again, so.
So to answer your question, I apologize, I didn't really answer your question. The only way it will be considered still used as an Austin Youth Center is if they form their own committee as Austin Youth Center Committee and then proceed forward. Without that, it's a Lander County building that we will have to figure out how it's gonna be
And
operated.
it will be a community center. It's referred to as the youth center because it's been that for so long and everybody knows what we're talking about.
Yes.
But it actually will be a community center.
Donnie, 800,000 to remodel the kitchen in the Civic Center, plus 144,000 to redo the parking lot. We're up to $1 million real quick. We really need to spend 800,000 on a kitchen remodel? Because Amy mentioned something about getting a bunch of basks back there cooking. For $500, you could put in a real fancy wine dispenser and settle it all down.
So I gotta take a little bit of heat off Miss Rita here, because that is on me. Miss Rita went and got 2 quotes. One came in at 900.
290,000.
And one came in
But it's
at-
not just the kitchen.
Yep.
I'm turning in the storage room into a bar area so that we no longer have to have the bar area out on the main floor.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
And then whoever has the bar, they can lock it up, so nobody can get into the alcohol, can't get kids back there. We will be moving some walls, but we also have the water and, everything we need to hook all new stuff up, and it's just making it a longer. I need, our cooking, we have one little stove in there that's got 4 little burners. And the state has all these requirements. So one that we have a problem with is our Basque. I served 300 people. Before we could bring in part of it from, homes, but now we can't. So we've had to cater part of that dinner, so that takes away our profits for, doing that dinner.
So now you can cook it there.
We can cook it there,
Okay.
and it'll be a state-approved kitchen.
They got 2 quotes, and she gave it to Bert and I. One was for 300,000, and one was close to $1 million. So it was a big drastic difference. So we just took the medium and added 100,000 for engineering fees because we weren't sure.
So and something else that one of the other things that's important here is that we're looking at, instead of building another civic center and another fire hall, as just improving. And I know that the building codes have changed since the last time when all these were built, but it doesn't mean that we can't make them nice and make like a commercial kitchen in there. And the same with the fire hall. We'd like to just make what we have nice, as opposed to tear down, start from scratch, and cost millions and millions of dollars. Granted, this is a lot of money, but that's with the high end of everything that Miss Rita would like. We can get closer to the 300.
And then the 290, just kind of a breakthrough. But it's not just the kitchen. I want to put an area for the bar. And part of this would be, because we're going to take part of the storage out that the library has, and it's just a little spot, but to build a storage unit in the actual library side at the back, and put them their own storage area back there. That was all included in that. And So, there's a lot to it, and everybody's come down to take a look
So
at it.
you'll actually, if we put the bar back there, you'll have more room for tables? You can serve more people?
Oh, yeah, cause see, when people come in and put a bar in, we take the whole corner, for the bar area. 2 big tables, both ways. The problem is, and we've always, had it, is you've got everybody there, drinking, and there's no way to really keep them out of going back there when they think they want to, or you got kids running around, and everything is just, it's not good. We've handled it, we've done it, but if we can improve that civic center to where it is a good unit, and that's all we have in this town, to put on big functions.
I believe she's inferring that the potential liability, if we continue the way it is now.
Yeah.
And I'll add that to the record.
Yeah, it is, and it's something we have put, I've been cooking in there for 21 years for our Bass Festival, and believe me, it's a mess, but we've got through it, but I'm just afraid one day we're not going to. It's gonna cost, liability wise, whether we're in the kitchen or the bar or what we're doing. So if we can improve it today, it'd be great for this county.
What they budgeted for the new civic center
See, that
previously?
one I don't know. I was
They
just,
only budgeted 100,000. It was just for startup costs. It wasn't anything large.
Okay.
Will we be able to get that done this summer while the school's not in session? Because I know they use that building through the year.
the civic
Just a
center.
thought. I'll make a motion that we approve the building and equipment fixed assets fund request out of 029.
Second.
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving forward.
Money we spend.
Discussion and possible action regarding Fund 226 water capital requests, for a 12-foot water main. Is that 12 foot or inch?
Inch.
12-inch water main, Yellow Brick Road, roll over the amount of $616,375. Well, 6 booster pump, piping and valving rollover in the amount of $231,250. Water treatment plant, well 6 partial rollover in the amount of $3,520,66,000. So is that it on that one? Yeah,
That's
that's
in
it for
sewer.
that one. All right, go ahead.
They're just rollovers, like Yellow Brick Road, it never got started because I was waiting on this other sewer line to go in and stuff, and we finally got approval last week for it, so. The piping and valving, that's rollover and just upgrades that needs to be done inside there. And the water treatment plant, they're just starting on it, and it should be going out to bid here shortly.
Okay.
And I just want to note the water treatment for well 6 was budgeted in the CCP fund for this year, but we're moving it to the water fund because it's
Okay.
more appropriate.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the projects listed for Fund 226 under Water Capital Requests.
Do I have a second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. That was an easy one.
Number 7.
Discussion of possible action regarding Fund 236 sewer capital requests. 12-inch sewer main yellow brick road rollover in the amount of $741,250. 12-inch sewer main Sheep Creek rollover in the amount of $1,321,563. New sewer lift station, an 8-inch force main rollover in the amount of $1,200,000. Existing safety lift station rehabilitation rollover in the amount of $847,500.
I'll make a motion that we fund the request from Sewer Capital Request Fund number 236.
Actually, are they all rollovers? Yeah, they're all rollovers. So we don't need to fund it, just roll it over. Okay, I'll second the motion.
So Art made the motion, Pat's second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Discussion of possible action regarding Fund 380, Airport Capital Improvements. Austin General Engineering Service in the amount of $15,000. Is that right? 15,000. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Austin Airport runway and 19 special approach in the amount of $64,740. Austin okay, I'm gonna have him take over number 9.
Discussion possible action regarding Fund 380, Airport Capital Improvement, Austin General Engineering Services in the amount of $15,000. Austin Airport Runway 19 Special Approach in the amount of $64,740. Austin Airport Construction and Access Road in the amount of $751,216. Austin Airport Construct Taxi Lane in the amount of $319,391. Austin Airport Apron and Taxiway B Design Only in the amount of $150,000. Battle Mountain General Engineering Services in the amount of $15,000. Battle Mountain Apron Expansion Phase 1 rollover in the amount of $2,133,333. Battle Mountain West Apron Reconstruction Phase 2 rollover in the amount of $2,453,333. Battle Mountain Construction Taxi Lanes Design, Bidding, and Construction in the amount of $555,970.
Now, some of these are just our percentage. The FAA is picking up some of them, right?
Yes, that's just our percentage, and a lot of these, some of these, not a lot, some of these we also get 100% reimbursement on.
Okay.
But we have to have the money to front to get the project started.
So we approve this money, if the project gets done, and then we get reimbursed?
Correct.
That's a good deal. And just so people know, I think we get 97% on most of these projects from the FAA.
Yeah, the FAA is
93 on some.
Yeah, the FAA is over 90 almost on every project that we do.
Yeah, we pay about 6% roughly.
Well, that's good.
But, and under the COVID one, I understand they let us go back retroactively where we paid 6%. We can go back a couple years and they will fund a full 100%.
Correct.
And we can choose the one that was the most expensive and fund that one. So there's extra money coming back from FAA under the CARES Act.
And JUB does most of this for us, and they do a fantastic job.
They do, don't they?
I can't say enough good about them.
On the runway 19 special approach, David did tell me there's a possibility we won't get reimbursed from FAA for that one because something to do with it being a special approach versus a public approach.
Yeah, we have to get clearance from the Fallon Air Base to put that in. If we do, the FAA may not fund that because of that clearance, and it's going into military, how they approach it, I guess, into their airspace. But that will come back before this board for a final approval before we move forward on that.
Yeah, and we've been
regardless.
fighting that for some time. They really wanted that extra runway and haven't been able to get it.
Is that being held over our head for, to comply with what they want?
Actually, our next Austin Airport meeting, Fallon will be there. I was hoping maybe you could be too at our next one. That would be great. Okay, for number 9, I will make a motion that we do approve the funding under 380 for the airport capital improvement projects.
Second? I'll second. Everybody in agreement? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, number 10, discussion for possible action regarding capital funds 017, 031, 056, 057 requests. Fund 031 for controlled environment dry food storage rollover in the amount of $250,000. B, Fund 031 wildlife enhancement in the amount of $250,000. C, Fund 056 for fixed assets in the amount of $100,000. D, Fund 056 for emergency maintenance of $250,000. E, Fund 057 for fixed assets in the amount of $200,000.
Bert, do you have some comments on this one? Because I didn't see our backup. I missed that one on here.
Where are we at?
We're number 10.
Number 10.
The wildlife enhancement and the emergency maintenance is okay, fixed assets okay, but I wondered on the dry storage and the rollover.
Yes, that was our emergency food
For COVID?
preparedness for if we ever have an emergency in the future, I believe is what that's for.
We lowered it down to, we budgeted 500,000 this year, but we lowered it to 250.
Okay, and the wildlife enhancement?
That's a new one.
Yeah, the wildlife enhancement is a new one, and that is to try to leverage money to do something better for county wildlife so we can group with, and I believe that Art could probably speak more on behalf of it than I can, but.
It isn't like to build a bridge somewhere or something like that, is it?
No. This would be like for hopefully like putting in guzzlers or planting fish or
Like our
releasing-
conservation does?
Yes.
It's the same thing, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Try to do something for the county because every time we try to explain what we want to do, we get a problem for the solution that we recommend. So we're going to have to get out there and do some things ourselves, I think.
I thought maybe we had a great deal of animals being killed on the road and we were trying to enhance it by digging underneath or something. So, well, they do all the time, I mean.
Yes, and just for the record, just for clarification, this is no interlocal agreement. This is Lander County's money that we will do as this board sees fit to enhance wildlife within Lander County.
Because we've done interlocal agreements in the past, and that's what caused the Argenta allotment issues ever since there was an interlocal agreement. So I want to stay out of those and get off on our own and do what we know is best for our county. With that, I'll make a motion that we approve the request from 017, 031, 056, and 057.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nobody. Okay.
Under number 11, discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove the continuation of the 2% cost of living increase to all county employees. And then informational only, all health benefits will stay at the current rates.
Yeah, we got confirmation from Tim that we won't have an increase. And then the first one is just for you guys to approve the cost of living for all employees, so like what Bert talked about at the beginning of the meeting.
And Commissioners, in talking to Patrol on this, from a legal standpoint and from his administrative otherwise it would go on indefinitely and beyond the 4 or 5 years that the NRS contemplates these types of things go on. So we just, it's already been approved, but we're bringing it back in front of you to reapprove it or deny it, however you want to proceed. But in the interest of clarification and being open to the county, we want to be able to bring this up.
Okay, so we are reaffirming the 2% cost of living increase to all county employees, which includes everybody except county commissioners, right?
And elected officials.
Right?
Except for elected officials, basically.
Elected officials aren't included in that.
Yeah.
Elected officials don't get it either?
No.
We have to prove them separately in here.
No, we can't
We
because
don't
you're
get it.
set by statute.
Okay, so it's all county employees minus elected officials. Okay, got it.
And it's my understanding that the sheriff's office is fully staffed and people are coming back because of our benefit package? That's what somebody told me.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. That is nearly correct. We have one position that we're still testing for, otherwise we're fully staffed, and the primary reason is the benefit package.
And overtime is going down and
It
our
is.
people are getting rest.
Correct.
Excellent.
So, number 1.
Okay, I will make a motion that we reaffirm and approve our continuation of the 2% cost of living increase to all county employees.
Second.
All right, Kathy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving forward, discussion possible action. There is an increase in personnel to include a contracted position in case of the governor, in the case of the governor's.
Overreach.
Okay, there's, overreach that would remove the any elected positions. There is a decrease in operations by 40,000.
The operation decrease was for what did you guys
I
approve
will
last
answer
year?
this. So, in the event that any commissioner or our district attorney is to do what they've sworn to do through their oath of office, if they are removed from office by our governor, we would like them to remain on the payroll until the re-election takes place. And that's what this money is for. And just for the record, I want to make sure that I go back to A on the 2%. Know that I personally won't be taking it. I don't think that it's a 100% fair shake to the rest of the employees. I appreciate what the commission is doing, and it's a wonderful thing. But I just have concerns with that, and so I wanted that on the record. I won't take the additional 2% above and beyond what my contract is stated for at the 5%.
Why?
Well, my personal reasons why is because the employee of the county they get a maximum of 4%. My contract states that I can get up to 5%, so I'm getting a percentage. If I'm doing my job, I can get a percentage above what the working man can get. So I know that I take on some additional duties, and so I feel that's fair. But I don't think that the additional 2 on top of that is fair. That puts me up to 7 to their 4.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The decrease to operations was because I took out the risk assessment that we increased the service and supplies last year for the risk assessment, and so I just brought that back down.
All right, very good. So.
We're on 12. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the increase in personnel to include contracted positions in case the governor's overreach that would remove any elected positions, and there's a decrease by operation of 40,000.
Art made the motion, or a second?
I'll second it.
Art made the motion, and J.R. second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So, for the clerk, discussion of possible action. There is an increase in operations by 15,000. All right, you're on.
Sadie Sullivan, Lander County Clerk. The increase is for the transcribing. This was paid for through Keith and now Bert's budget for transcribing for 2 or 3 years. So basically it won't be paid through his, it would be being paid through mine.
Okay, and that's the only difference, is being just taken from one department and put into another. Okay.
I need a clarification on this. You have down, one full-time, all IT for the county, Richard Green. So he's under your payroll?
Yes.
But he,
He's not a county IT. He would be working for Sadie.
but he shows up again on someone else. Where else does he show up?
He,
Full-time?
No, she's paying a percentage, I believe, correct?
she did grant some money over, but for this budget for July of 21 to 22, he'll just be under my budget at 65,000, and he will not be in any other area.
Oh, okay, because I thought I saw him in two.
So he's not county IT.
No, I know he's not county.
No, I
but-
think you're talking
but
about
I saw
the
him
IT
listed
position
in-
we added in yours. That's what she's seeing. In the county manager budget, Patsy, there is an IT.
Under the county manager budget,
Yes.
that's where I saw him?
Yes.
Okay, because I know he,
Not his name.
No, you did not see Richard.
No, yeah, not his
You
name.
just-
okay, because I saw his name twice, and I don't know where the other one was.
I don't know where you would have seen
Because
his
I
actual
questioned
name.
that, and I thought, I wonder why we
We
haven't.
didn't put names on the payroll sheets. Just positions.
Okay, whatever it is, we'll make up for it, because it's gonna be full-time under Sadie, right?
No,
No?
not the county IT.
That's what it
The
says.
county IT will be, it's being presented by Bert to be, his position is full-time in my office, and he is doing the election IT, and so the job description that was brought, forward is the office, the day-to-day stuff, and then the IT for the election, and so he will be at his 65. There will be no grant coming starting July 1 from Laura or any other areas.
Okay, so
And then-
during the election, he's full-time for you,
He's full-time for me all the
but
time.
only during the election is he full-time?
No, he is full-time for Sadie. He is Sadie's position, full-time.
Okay, then he won't show up anywhere else.
Correct.
Okay, I thought I just said that, and you said no, so,
He's
okay.
full-time with extra duties.
No,
He is full-time with extra duties right now up until July first.
right.
Yes.
Not for this budget, no.
For next year,
Because
he's
there's not
just
an
Sadie.
election.
No,
No.
because he's not going to provide extra duties to any other offices
After July.
after July first.
So he's not gonna be a county IT anymore?
No, he's gonna be Sadie's IT.
So we've lost him?
The other offices aren't using it.
We're getting it
We're
mixed
getting-
up.
yeah,
We're
We're
off-
getting off
yeah.
topic.
Thank you.
They can answer those on.
Okay,
Remember
full-time
that.
under Sadie, got it.
The increase by the 15,000.
I make a motion that we, approve for the clerk, the increase of $15,000 due to operations.
Do you have a second?
I'll second the motion.
So Art made the motion, Patsy second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. So moving forward to the treasurer. You're on.
So mine's the same, when we brought on the accountants to help clean up the treasurer's office, it was coming out of, Keith's budget, so I just wanna roll it to mine.
I'm sorry, so what professional service?
What professional services are we talking about?
That's when they were cleaning up the mess that was in the treasurer's office, getting all the bank recs up, so we still use them now. Not as much, but it was coming out of Keith's budget instead of mine. So I just wanna roll it to where it's coming out of mine instead of the managers, county managers, when I need them.
So professional services, like, what are we talking? Are we talking
They're
attorneys, auditors?
They're
What-
auditors, but they're not our auditors that conduct our audit. It's Keddington and Christensen, and we pay them $40,000 a year right now, a contract. And
Yeah.
Keith used to pay for it, but now we've split the cost between treasurer and finance to pay for it out of our budgets.
Now, is that going to be a permanent thing that we're gonna do for going on,
I-
or we only look at doing it a handful more years, or what are we doing with that?
We were talking probably another year.
We did ask them on a as needed basis, so we could look at doing something like that as well, because we don't use them as much, more around auditing time.
And you guys base this off of a not to exceed contract with them, correct?
Not to exceed, is that what you said, Bert? Yes. Okay.
I'll make a motion, we approve the treasurer's budget, for the increased operations by $20,000.
Second.
So Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright. 15 for county manager, discussion of possible action. There's an increase of operations by 90,000. Alright. You're on.
Yeah, we need Lincoln's assistance.
We added 60,000 for health officer to pay contracted health officer, and then we also increased the labor relations for union negotiations because we did not have enough budgeted last time, and it will probably increase again.
So, okay, here's the other place, the IT is coordinator. This is going to be a new coordinator, is that right? A new IT?
Yes, this will not increase our budget though, because I'm moving from our safety position. I believe I brought this up at a commission meeting prior. So where we had safety prior, I'm going to move that to IT. We tried this county IT with working through Sadie and Laura's office, trying to make everything mend, and it's not mending really well. So now we're gonna go out and after
Okay,
July
because when
1.
I saw this, I didn't know you were talking a new one. I knew he showed up, a new IT showed up twice. I'm
Yes.
going, why is it twice? And you, it's because you want a new one, because Sadie will take him full-time.
Correct.
Got it. Gee, it was so simple. Why didn't we say that? So our professional
Services are okay for our current lawsuits that we have continuing?
Yes. Do we need any more money in that line item? Is that coming up? More money for?
Let's hope not, but there's always a potential.
So the only thing you're really increasing is the union negotiation contract that we have coming up.
Yeah, and I can't speak to this because this is going to be my first one to ever be a part of, so I can't speak to how that works or what's going on there. I just have to go off of what they've had in the past. And, yes.
We want to
Union
make a
negotiation.
motion on number 15, county manager, to increase the operations by $90,000.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Alright. Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
I have a question. You have enough operational money, because I'm thinking that the last time that Keith came in front of us, it was reduced because we had a commissioner that insisted on it.
I think we have substantial money right now.
You're okay?
Yeah, I feel
Okay.
very comfortable. I don't.
Alright. So for this, assessor discussion of possible action, there's a decrease of operations by $14,050.
We need to give permission to let somebody have money.
I'm sorry. what was the
Decrease
question?
in overtime, huh?
Is there a decrease on your operations?
Yes.
I looked at some things, looked at last year, there's a few changes that allowed me to make some decreases, for the upcoming fiscal year.
Nice.
Some areas went up a little, some went down, but overall, it decreased.
I make a motion that we approve the assessor's budget and note that there has been a decrease in operations by $14,050. Thank you.
Second.
Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, very good. Thank you. Alright, finance discussion and possible action. There is an increase to the wages for A, and then B, there is an increase to operations and professional services by $27,300.
So I increased as well for the professional services to cover the other 21,000 for Keddington and Christensen. And then I did increase the travel and training because I'm taking some classes right now for accounting. And then we had to increase our audit and budget line as well for our next year increase for our auditors.
I see the increase for accounting classes, but did our travel and training, are you decreasing those at all since we're doing so many online?
We still have to pay for the classes, but we don't have to get reimbursed for meals and things like that. But we have still been doing some classes, and I don't know about the other girls, but I've been doing college classes, so it's a little bit more expensive. But yeah, we haven't spent very much out of it this year because of COVID.
Okay, but that's why I thought maybe the travel would go down a little bit. I understand the classes would be expensive still, but we didn't reduce travel, right?
It's all included in one line item, so I don't know.
Well, I think we're hopeful to be getting back to person someday, and we don't want to be short when we do. It's kind of the hope.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve number 17, finance, because of an increase in wages and an increase in operations and professional services.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
So, Art made the motion, JR seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, thank you. For building and planning, discussion of possible action, there are no changes, that makes it nice and easy.
Yeah, we just go down to 20.
So we have a motion.
We're on 20, the recorder, right?
And building and planning, 18,
Number 20,
18.
8. Well, 18 and 19 are,
Oh, I didn't do 18 and 19
yeah,
together.
there's no changes there.
Yeah, it's just no changes, but I guess my question would be, what about the CPI and the merit? Wouldn't that increase it?
Yeah, you still have to approve their budget.
You still have to approve the budget.
Even if there's no changes in operation, you
But
still.
they reduced the
to approve
okay,
the
everything
budget.
in operation stays the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can approve it as presented.
As presented. So,
It's easy.
that's an easy one.
Okay, so on number 18 and 19, they're the same, so we'll accept them as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Alright, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, so we want to break for lunch, or what are we doing, Bert?
Yeah, we got food here?
So we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch.
Come back at 1:15.
Okay, so we'll go to lunch and come back at 1:15, is that what everybody were? Okay.
Well, we can't come back earlier.
Muted.
Already announced it.
Be recorded.
All right. All right, going to number 20 for recorder, discussion and possible action. There is an increase to wages by 2,000, and B, there is an increase to operations by 2,000. So you are on, Missy. Go ahead.
Actually, the increase to wages going to 2,000 is only 1,000.
Okay.
It's going from 1,000 to 2,000 in my overtime
Okay.
line item, just in case 1,000 is a little scary. So I'm just trying to get it to 2,000 in case we have something that takes a long time. I won't be so concerned.
Okay.
The other 2,000 is for travel and training, because last year we didn't have any, but this year we're going to have training for the DMV for a week at a time for 3 of us. So that just in case, because it's expensive, the motel and everything. So I'm
Okay.
just making sure I had enough. And that's it.
All right.
Nothing else is going to change other than what is in my packet that you can read about.
All right.
One thing I wanted to talk about though.
Oh, sorry. One thing I wanted to talk about is the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve this year. I've been working for several years on trying to get our historical download done. That means all documents from 1863 to today are downloaded within the system so that when you go on the website you can see them. They're there. That was able to be accomplished. You have to know the book and page on the historical side, which is usually difficult to know, but we are working valiantly hard to get all that information in there so you can find it by name. But you can go back and see all the birth certificates are in there, a lot of the marriage certificates are in there, but the deeds are getting put in. We have 100,000 to do, and we've probably done 20. It takes a long time, but we are working valiantly to get this done. So anybody that has, just wants to look back through their history or are interested in it, can go back and see what has happened through our past. Another thing that we've done is when we got Tyler downloaded into our system, all of our maps went back to the way they used to do it, and you'd only have like a corner of the map because they didn't have the products to put the full scan of the map. So with the assessor's help, we got all of our maps rescanned to the best possible quality you could get them. They are now all downloaded into the system, so now if you're looking up a map, you can actually see what it has on it and what it says. We are also working on the plat maps that are not in the system. They will any day now be downloaded into our system so you can see the latest mining information rather than having to come in and work in the workroom. You would be able to just go online and see it from the very beginning to today. The other thing we're working on is, what else do I have? I had to write it down so I wouldn't forget anything. We have Fraud Guard, which will be downloaded and ready to go by July. And it's so that if you have any fraud coming against you and your property, or if something is happening that you're not aware of, you will be warned immediately when something comes about. It's a really good thing. They're doing it in Washoe County, so we're doing it in Lander as well. It's a really good system. You go in, it will identify to you through your email. You could get it on your cell phone. It's however you want to set it up with the county. It's very helpful. Last but not least, after 2 full years of working very hard with DMV, we are now almost able to use our 3rd station. So if there's a big line, we can actually have 3 people helping you at one time. And I'm going to have to say that through all of these different things that we were able to accomplish this year and almost get finished with, it was because of our full-time IT individual who, through his knowledge and experience, got us up and got us going, and we were able to accomplish these things, which were very difficult in the past to get done. And so I am very excited and very happy that this is going to be there for everybody. And that's what we've accomplished up to this year.
On top of dealing with COVID.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, there were a few months I had to work all by myself.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome, and thank you.
Leslie?
Yes.
So how are we advertising for the Austin position?
We have not, we did it once and were unsuccessful. and we were going to do it again, and then COVID hit. And then I've been talking to our HR specialist over there, and we were going to set it out again. We are determined that we will get someone, but there's a lot of concern about that, and so we're looking.
Okay, so the advertisement would say not a deadline, but until position is filled?
We could do it that way. I don't know. We've been basically doing it the normal way that we do it through the whole county. We put it inside first, and then the last time we did it, we didn't get one application. So, you know, you hate to...
We're losing people, too.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
No, actually, we've had quite a few that have moved into the Kingston area, and so Big Smoky Valley. And of course, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but a lot of our positions are filled with people from even as far away as Round Mountain and Kingston. So
the first time we put it out, we had a couple of applications that would probably we just didn't. I just didn't find the right
No, that's
right
fine.
The
I mean, just because somebody applies doesn't mean we have to hire them. No.
And the second time we put it out, like I said, we didn't get an application from anywhere. And she does the same routine that we always do. She was very helpful. Put it out on our page, and we put it out in the system and sent, but we just didn't. It's a difficult position to fill. But we are still working on it. We have not given up. And that's why I asked for it to continue in my budget this time, because we are not done
No, we're glad
attempting
to
do
see that. Thank you.
So,
How many hours a week is that position?
The one that I put out for,
Yeah.
19.
19.
And what I'm going to do it as is once the individual is trained, then I may only work them 2 days a week or a day a week, so that if the current individual that's working in that position is gone, I can have them work the full time. But there's no way we need anybody any longer than that. I don't believe.
Well,
Gail is very difficult to get out of there.
Positions, and even because I've
She
been
likes to
with my newsletters that I go around and hand out, a lot of the businesses in town are saying it's impossible to find adults that want to work. And, because I thought we maybe could do a job fair or something for the communities. But they said it's almost impossible to find adults to work. They can't find anybody to work.
Yeah, it's been really difficult. It's difficult. Everybody wants paid,
Can we hand out?
but it's hard to get them to work.
Employment applications when people come to pick up their food?
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Some notices that, please apply?
I
see people
don't know
pull up-
exactly how it's handled in Austin, to tell you the truth, but I have. If you know Gail, she tells everybody. So I would assume that it was pretty much out there. I don't know.
I see people with brand new pickup trucks. and
But you
Cadillac
have to
Escalades,
remember.
so they may need a job to make a payment.
You have to remember, Austin is a long way away. That is a huge liability. 90 minutes each way. You don't want an employee driving back and forth. So you need somebody that's located generally.
No, I thought he meant at the Austin. We do hand out food in Austin.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I didn't think he meant here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I taught special ed. You got to keep up with me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion for her budget?
I make a motion, we approve the recorder's budget. There's an increase to wages by $2,000 and an increase to operations by $2,000.
Second.
All right, Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Oh, I've been waiting for this guy.
We've all been waiting for this one.
All right, so, sure, discussion of possible action. There's an increase in personnel to include contracted position in the case of the governor's overreach. That would remove any other position. There is an increase to operations by $33,550. Capital outlay request, repair and reinstall Tenabo radio repeater rollover $8,000. Battle Mountain water tower shelter project rollover $30,000. ASA, firewall replacement, 10,000. Ballistic replacement protection project, 20,000. Less lethal program, project, 13,000. Firearms stimulator low light enhancement project, 6,000. Rekey Austin substation, project, 12,000.
The first two are rollovers, those are easy, or on capital outlays are rollovers.
I have a couple of questions. One is on our cloud system. It said in here, it looked like it was a new contract this year for the cloud system. And I thought we had a cloud system, so is this a renewal or is this somebody new?
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. This involves a cloud backup storage system. We currently, or had in the past, been backing up on internal servers for our data. And with the last hit we took with NV Energy, I lost several servers from that. So we went to a secondary backup of the cloud for that data, so we wouldn't lose data. We actually had one of the servers that we lost was a backup server that we had to do data recovery to get that data back, which was rather expensive.
So this is a new contract, a new company?
It is.
Oh, okay.
For the Sheriff's Office.
My other question is just a little bit more information on the less lethal program. I mean, it certainly sounds interesting, and I've read all through it, but how do we plan to implement that? Not to everyone, but to some, or?
We started that last year, didn't you?
We've been working on that for several years to get the finite information down. And what this particular one involves at this point is utilizing some of our older shotguns and converting them into less lethal. At this point, the individuals that are on the special response team for the Tri-County, as well as supervisors, would carry an additional less lethal munitions with them, being either sandbag shots or pepper ball shots, things like that. It gives them another opportunity before they have to actually use lethal force on in situations. So it's a lower cost because of the munitions and training we have to do. We have the shotguns that we can convert with some conversion kits already, so that's the reason for that.
Thank you.
So you mentioned training, and that kind of sparked a little interest. Do you have enough ammunition for the next year?
We were able to find through some sources in California to obtain some additional ammunition for our training and certifications because apparently they can't sell to anybody in California. So they sell out of state.
So the rekeying of the Austin substation, why are we doing that?
On the building itself, since I've worked here, that building's never been actually rekeyed. And so the keys that worked here 26 years ago still work there today, and there's no accountability for those keys. So Anna turned us on to an individual that does locksmithing for, in fact, this building, and I got a quote from him so that we could change all the key cores out of those, put some new hardware on some of the doors, but roll it into the current key system for the Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
Hi. I guess on your vehicle replacement, because I know you're doing some rollovers, and always trying to stay on top of that with everything for them. Are you going to use the rollovers before June? Are you getting some new vehicles?
That's kind of interesting. We've actually ordered 4 vehicles that we were budgeted for this year. However, they've been on order since July of last year. So
I thought you might tell me that.
yeah, so they've been ordered, and what the rollover portion of this involves is the equipment and the vehicles that they need to be installed, which
So
they
if they
anticipate.
can get the invoice to us, I think that's what it said.
No, actually, they have since updated that, and they think we might, maybe, possibly get them by June.
Because I saw the part like, if we could get them invoiced, at least we.
Well, once they get a build date confirmed, they'll have VIN numbers, and they asked if they could invoice us based on that, and I told them that was not possible the way that our financing and accounting works.
We want the vehicles.
Correct.
Okay.
And so
got
that
it.
involves not necessarily 4 replacement vehicles, that incorporates the 4 vehicles we have budgeted this year and the 2 that we have on our replacement schedule that was in the budget.
Yeah.
And I just had one question. It's not in this part, it's the other part, I think. But I wanted to be sure on our K-9 part that we have, I think it was, what, 15,000 or something like that. He or she, it's a he,
It's a he.
does have a bulletproof vest, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Do we have a motion?
So I'll make a motion that we approve under the sheriff's number 21 and all of 21.
As presented.
Huh?
As presented.
As presented?
Yeah, as presented.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
So Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ted, is there any way that we could bunch up all of the items that there's no changes and just address them with one item, or do we need to go through?
No, you can approve something as presented.
Yeah, 'cause we got
You know,
Oh, no,
If-
no, you just go through them and say, you can make a motion, you have to make a motion for each one, but you can just say,
Okay.
I make a motion as presented to approve this.
Okay,
And that's a lot faster.
save
Okay.
us some time.
All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, moving forward for the jail. Discussion of possible action. There are no changes. So,
And the capital outlay requests, Kathy?
huh?
There's 2 capital outlay requests as
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's 2 others.
Okay, I'm sorry, capital outlay request, so inmate phone system, programs equipment rollover 15,000, and then, the kitchen equipment replacement 15,000.
The kitchen equipment replacement is not a rollover this year. Typically, we've had that in our budget every year, and we roll it over because we only gonna use it if we needed it. And we did purchase some kitchen equipment this year, so that's the reason it's not a rollover, but we'd like to continue to budget that to ensure that we have replacement funds in the event the equipment goes out in the kitchen.
Yeah, okay. I'll make a motion that we approve number 22, capital outlay requests A and B as presented.
All right, do you have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
I'll make a motion that we accept number 23 as presented.
Second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I have a question on the shelter one. Because it's been needing so much overhaul. We did do the big part, getting the floor even, right, last year. But there's nothing big coming up at all on that one, because that,
Not at this point. We do have, we've been doing some research for moving to a different type of building, a modular type building. One of the issues that we have run into out there since they increased the size of the ponds is the gnat and bug problems.
What?
The gnat and bug problems.
Oh, really?
It essentially looks like we have a carpet out there every day.
Ew.
It's not good. So we are looking, it won't be in this fiscal year's budget, but we're looking at potential resolutions for that. Other than that, we don't have any other major items for the dog
Yeah,
pound.
the biggest, that was built pretty well. The biggest issue are the doors. I mean, they were built good, but through the years of use, that's the biggest problem that I could think of.
Right.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll Austin, Volunteer Fire Department, discussion and possible action, and there are no changes.
I'll make a motion that we, accept number 24, Austin Volunteer Fire Department as presented.
Second?
Second.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Austin Ambulance, discussion and possible action, there is a decrease to operations by 500.
I'll make a motion on number 25, Austin Ambulance, to accept as presented.
All right, second? All right, Art made the motion, and JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Battle Mountain Volunteer Fire Department, discussion and possible action, there is no changes.
Make a motion that we accept number 26 as presented.
All right, second?
Aye.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second,
That's
all in
okay.
favor?
Aye.
I do have a,
Already did that.
I do have a question on
Okay.
that. Under the Battle Mountain Fire, there's a couple things in there that I wondered exactly what they were. One was the airport equipment repair and airport service and supplies.
Bert, do you know anything about that?
I was in the middle of a whole nother conversation, I apologize.
We're under the Battle Mountain Fire Department.
Yes, ma'am.
And in their budget, they have airport equipment repair for $5,000 and airport service and supplies for $2,000. And I wondered what that was.
So I'm going to make an assumption here because I do not know, but I believe that they leave a truck out at the airport full-time that sits out there in case there is an event, and it must have been to repair some of the things that are out there that sit at the airport full-time. That is an assumption I'm making.
Airport equipment repair and service and supplies airport.
Yes, so we have a fire truck that sits out here on the airport, and I believe that must be what they're referring to. But without Ron here or Bart, I cannot say indefinitely that's the correct answer.
Is it housed, is it undercover?
Yeah,
It
it's
is,
under
right?
an old building out there, yes.
Okay.
So did we make it all the way through, all in favor?
We all voted.
Sure.
We voted and then I asked the question.
Okay. All right, Battle Mountain Ambulance, discussion possible action, there are no changes.
We getting anywhere with the hospital taking this over, Bert?
We have, we've had some discussions. There's been a couple issues as far as how that would go contractually. Is what I don't want to see happen is the county enter a contract, and if they don't spend all the money that we've budgeted for it, that they get to keep our money. I would like that to be returned back to the county if there's any less expenditures. If we can't come to that agreement, then I think that we will just continue to maintain it and not be overpaying for a product, more or less, I guess, the best way I can put it.
I'll make a motion, with that information, I'll make a motion that we accept number 27, Battle Mountain Ambulance, with no changes, and hopefully looking for some in the future.
All right, so a second?
I'll second.
All right. Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. District Court, discussion of possible action. There is an increase to operations by $38,379.
I make a motion.
We gotta wait until.
Hey, I like the guy.
If we could take your time just a little bit before
Please.
Mr. Forgeron and Judge Fortune and I.
You guys need a seat, I can move.
No, they're just gonna bring up 2 chairs.
I have a nice loud voice, though.
Yeah, you do. For the past 13 years, the rural counties have been fighting the state on this idea that our indigent defense system had to change. They think there's a crisis out here. Based upon my observations, there is no crisis. But last legislature, they passed a bill that created the Department of Indigent Defense Services, DIDS. And DIDS was given regulatory authority to do certain things. Earlier this year, they passed regulations. Those regulations require that the county governments do certain things, one of which is that you enact a plan for providing for indigent defense. And I don't know if you'll see her face today like I did the other day, but part of it is they want to take the judges out of the process of appointed counsel
and monitoring the initial review of requests for investigative services, requests for expert witnesses, requests for payment. The system has never been broken. I think you talked to Mr. Herrera, Mr. Forgeron, talked to Judge Fortune, if you talk to a plethora of people all through the rurals, you will find that we do not believe there's a problem. Even the defense attorneys don't believe there's a problem. There were some things that could have been improved, and I would wholeheartedly agree with approvals. But we're preparing a plan for you to adopt. The plan that the state requires is that you have some kind of council administrator that does the screening and appointment of counsel, or the assignment of counsel. The appointment still has to come through from the court through statute. That council administrator needs to review the request for expenses with your public defender. We would propose you give him the authority to sign a voucher, and he's his own regulator. And if you guys aren't happy with that at some point, you'll take it up with him, I'm sure. With the conflict counsel, the second, third, fourth tier, they would go through the court council administrator, and then at the end, the judges would approve, look at it, and see if it was reasonable and appropriate. And if it was, they would submit the voucher both on the fees and the expert witness fees. There is a cost associated with it. To get a council administrator, it's going to cost some money. The state and their regulations provides that the state will pay for any increases. So we have a proposed budgetary item to put before you to look at. The other thing is, I was looking at your budgets today. Number 33 has an increase for the Public Defender's Office in the amount of $40,000. That money would be recouped from the state as well. You could put into your plan that you're planning on increasing that budget so that it's an increase. The regulations provide that they take an average of your last two budgets for 17-18 and 18-19, and then you put in an inflationary factor on that, and if any increase over that inflationary factor, they should pay for. So, with that said, can you give it to him? Can you hand that out? I'm going to hand out kind of the framework of what we're looking at. So whatever the bottom line is, the I'll give you mine at the end. The bottom line on this one is 95.5, and then the 40,000. You would put a line item in there for revenue and ask the state to reimburse you for that amount. Any questions about that? You'll get the plan probably your next commissioner meeting to approve. But the county's really not paying anything, you're just passing through the money. And the plan we're designing, it says either we go with this new way, or if you're not gonna fund us, then we go back to the way we're doing it. Which is the judges primarily Judge Fortune makes the appointments at prior to their, you do it at the 48 hour problem class, right?
We do.
So she does it really pretty quick.
Do we have the discretion to go back the old way?
Well, that's why we're writing the plan. Either they fund us or we don't have to do it. They've guaranteed funding in the regs if we follow what they want us to do, so.
Otherwise, we go back to our old.
Yeah.
We had decided that in our plan, that if they're not going to fund this, it wasn't broke, don't fix it. We kinda have to, but it's gonna be at their expense, not the county's. So we will go back, at least I will, Justice Court will go back and do it like we've always done it. We haven't had a problem with it. And, like Judge Shirley said, most of the rules don't have a problem with us, but we're the ones that they're coming after. So Judge Shirley's, he's putting the plan together. We have to come to you and say, we need this much money. we submit the plan to the state, and the state either says okay or no. And, if they okay it, hopefully then they reimburse. We're asking for this money, but it really won't be Lander County's money, hopefully in the end, it will be the state's.
Okay, so it's basically not an unfunded mandate.
No, it's
It's a funded mandate.
It's a funded mandate.
Okay.
Well,
If they
sorta.
agree with, if they agree with our plan, it's a funded.
This is just for the administrator.
That's for the people that are gonna be approving the appointment of or recommending the appointment of
And the
council.
costs associated with that person.
Recommending the appointment, the approval of the voucher for expenses or the voucher for fees.
So whose budget would we put that in?
I'm fine with one well, she's gonna be approving some of them, but I don't have a problem with putting it under, I think it's Department 20. I'm fine with that, that's fine. We already have some of the court-appointed stuff in there.
Could we do our own line item?
You can do your own line item, however you wanna do
Because
it.
we have one, a proposed one for $40,000.
Yeah, under the public defender
But
fee,
that's
right?
different, but that's
Yeah.
for the.
I would separate them into the categories I
They
have
would
there.
have to, this is for the administrator.
The council administrator would be a contract position.
Right.
So we don't get into PERS and don't get into some of those more expensive things.
And there may have to be more than one, because they'll have to do these. I do probable cause hearings every weekend, all weekend long. This person that'll be in charge of this, it'll be their responsibility to do the screening and giving them, I still do probable cause, but when it comes to giving them the public defender or seeing if they qualify for the public defender, it'll be under this person. They're trying to take it away from the judges.
Yeah,
So that's one of the
there would
things
be,
this
there would be
person-
3 contract per people, so we can cover,
Why are they doing that?
because it's,
I mean, it just, well, all that does is convolute it and make it that more
They're
complicated.
doing it to reestablish the state public defender.
Mhm.
That's their whole reason behind this.
And that was mandated, actually, it comes down from federal. The state is responsible. And there are rural counties that do not have their own public defender. And so the state had to send people over.
I also correct you just a little bit on that, I don't believe there is a county that doesn't have.
There was
a
before,
county-
I think, yeah.
No, there are no counties that don't have a public defender,
Because
maybe Esmeralda.
Because I know the history of when the state was sending people. And so that was
There-
part of it, because it is their obligation by law.
There was, for a long time, you had the state public defender covering counties.
Right,
And
But
in
the
about,
counties were paying for it.
right.
Lander actually exited that program a long time ago.
Yes.
A lot of counties about 12 years ago started bailing. And they're down to 2 counties now.
We got
And
that 25 years ago.
they're down to 2 counties now, and it's Carson, as I understand, and Story.
And we
The
fought
first.
to keep the public defenders for the most part, because the counties that do have them are very happy with what we're doing. But
Yeah.
But because the state is still legally responsible, they put together this mishmash, basically, and this is what we have to go with, so.
Actually, NACO supported the bill to create the DIDS commission.
Actually not. We did not support it. It was it was a half and half on our vote, and so NACO stayed silent. That's what we mandated they do, was stay
That's not
silent.
what Justice Sherry was
And
reporting.
The commission said, the commission thanked NACO for their support.
Well, their support was that they didn't oppose it. That was their support, because Justice Hardy came to us personally and said, "We want your support," and we voted no. But we said we would not fight him. And that was, when he thanked for the support, we just simply didn't fight him because we were not in agreement, that's why.
Yeah, as far as I know, in 2019, when that bill passed, there was not a county that didn't have a public defender. So,
And they're coming after the rules a little bit stronger, and we're not the ones with the problems. It's Washoe and Clark that have had problems with their public defenders, not us.
Esmeralda might not have a public defender, but I don't think they have a criminal caseload that would warrant it. Or they have like 800 people or something like that. I guess they could probably pay for it out of their tickets.
Yeah.
Anyway, if, that would be the budget, we'll send the plan to you. Are there any other questions? And Commissioner Waits, I wasn't trying to disagree with you, I think they sold a lot of propaganda when they were trying to get this all through.
Well, we'll double check too, because that was our request. We were very insistent upon it. So where do you want the extra money taken out of? Do you want a line item for us, or do you want us to approve it in his budget?
Yeah. I think it's the best way to have a line. We
Okay.
have a line item right now, a proposed line item of $40,000. And this would be separate, so we could just make another line item in the public defender. And,
Okay, so we'll just hold up. We don't want a motion to increase this at this point?
well, not the judges, because it's not going on the judges.
We would ask that you add it to the budget. Where you add it, I don't really care.
Okay.
We'll just add it to,
When we get to it.
yeah. When we get to it, we'll add it to the.
So the increase
We
of,
won't have any action on that.
When we get to item 33.
Yeah, then we can just add that.
so is this 38,379 part of this, or that's the increased operations for just you?
That's just me.
Okay, that doesn't include this that we're
No.
talking about. Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the district court increase of operations of $38,379.
Second.
Patsy made the motion, Art seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
After you mount it.
While he's sitting there, do you want to just, Ted,
Did you know next?
while he's sitting there, do you want to just go to 30?
Yeah, let's do that.
Since he's,
230.
right?
Do you want to keep up there?
Isn't 30 his? Or not? Okay, so, all right, for
Or you
discussion,
just approve mine real fast.
all right, we can do that.
I have questions about his amendment.
Okay, while you're sitting there, we'll just go, just turning, just stay right there. So, discussion and possible action. A, there is an increase of personnel to include, contracted position in case of the governor's overreach that would remove any elected positions. And B, there is no changes to operations.
I'll make a motion that we accept this as presented.
All right, second. All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So, discussion of possible action, there is an increase to operations by 26,490.
Jen Shirley here with Dan Baldini, or
Dan Baldini for the record.
Chief Probation Officer.
You're
Dan?
on.
Dan,
Yes,
would you
sir.
go to the same barber as Ted?
I think,
Rose?
no, sir.
Roll haircut?
Ted pays more money.
All right, you're on, Mr. Baldini. So,
I think the increases that you're seeing there that we're requesting are primarily the wage increases.
I'll make a motion that we accept number 30 as presented for an increase of 26,490.
all right, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good.
All right, just for everybody's information, every year we do a true-up. You budget money, and then at the end of the year, after we've gone through the accounting process, we do a true-up. I have a check for the county for $148,082 for that true-up money. Some of it actually is a reimbursement on WIC, or a transfer for WIC of $385. So there's about $147,000 that I'm returning to the county.
Take care of that for you.
I was told specifically I couldn't give it to you, Commissioner Clark, and to you, Mr. District Attorney. We appreciate the collaboration with the county, and I think when we formed this new district 6 years ago, we agreed on a 40-40-20 split, and it's working pretty well. I think, you know, we have, especially in the juvenile department, I have my staff going county to county depending on what the coverage needs are. And then my district court staff travel too when there needs to be district court coverage. And this is Kate Martin. She's our new court administrator. She's been on the job since March of last year. Did you make the budget last year? No, she was actually budget last year, so I probably introduced her then. But if there have any questions about any of the district court or juvenile court stuff, you can always come and ask. My door's always open. I won't talk about cases, but no. So I'll give this to her or to him.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you guys very
That's a
much.
nice little chat, man. She said thank you.
All right, Argenta Justice Court.
I was behind you all the way.
And discussion and possible action, to increase the, Justice of the Peace salary up to $7,500. And there is a decrease in operations by 500. You are on.
Okay, the decrease of the 500, it was, I'm not even sure what line I did it in. I could have probably decreased my budget by quite a bit, because of COVID. You know, we have mandatory school all year long, all the training, all the travel, and COVID put a kibosh to that. All of my training for the last year has been, on the computer. And I don't go a week without doing some class or some webinar. So I could have decreased everything down the line quite a bit, but it was said earlier in the meeting by somebody, we don't know what's going to happen with COVID. So we're hoping things are going to get back to normal. And so this year, you know, I haven't used a whole heck of a lot of my budget, but it's been because of COVID. But we don't know what's going to happen next year. So that's why I only decreased it by 500 at this time, is because I'm hoping things will get back to normal. And then on the other, I did ask for an increase in my salary, and there's a whole bunch of reasons, but the bottom line is we did some research, and the other surrounding judges and rural judges have all received every year around $4,000 increase every year, including new judges that have only been on the bench, like myself, for 2 years. And I had found an old statute I thought was still in effect. The DA had read the NRS differently and said, no, it stopped. But by then I had already done all the research, and I'm not sure how the other judges are getting their raises every year, but they are. And they're averaging about $4,000. The way that we have figured it out is I think that they're asking for a 3% increase, which had previously been done for the last few years. And then I think they may have also been getting cost of living. I don't know. But I didn't want to be greedy. I'm not asking for cost of living. I just went back and thought, okay, I'll ask for the 3% from the last prior years and then 3% for the next year. So that's what I'm asking for.
To answer your question, a lot of counties have adopted the statutory scheme for elected officials. And that's where the 3% they were getting per year. The county commissioners adopted that scheme to apply to their justice of the peace. And that's how they got around. That's how that.
But our elected officials don't get a 3% raise every year now, correct?
No, I'm just telling you.
That's what they did.
You asked
Oh,
me how they did that.
that's what they're doing.
And that's how they did it.
I gotcha. Okay.
When the elected officials were getting the 3%, they just said they adopted the
They
same
just adopted
statutory
it.
scheme
Yep.
to apply to the JPs.
Which the county commissioners can do. We don't, most of the other elected officials, and I'm not gonna say all, because Ted does not fall under that. Ron Unger does not fall under that. I do not fall under that.
But the other elected officials, when they come in and their wages are set, they're set by statute.
So is mine.
So is
everybody.
You're the only and the sheriff. So see, I'm the only one that it isn't.
And the commissioners.
And the commissioners.
And the commissioners, and I'm sorry, Patsy, because I know I'm over here asking for a raise and you guys can't get one, but anyway, it was mainly just a lot of research to my friends and some really close friends, and we've all had discussions, and compared to a lot of the other surrounding courts, I'm quite a bit under, so that's why I'm here.
So is that something that we have to go and change, or we just approve it in the budget?
You just approve it now.
Okay, very good.
And that should bring her, consistent with the other counties.
Okay.
Close.
The full $7,500.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion that we, accept number 31, Argenta Justice Court as presented.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Austin Justice Court discussion and possible action. There's an increase to operations by $1,750 for minor equipment. We have anyone here from Austin?
I don't know if Billy's on the line or not.
Billy on the phone?
Billy, are you on the line?
Hold on. Okay.
Is he there? I'm sorry.
Ask again.
Billy, are you there?
Is Austin on the line?
I'm not seeing him on there. Do you want me to hang this up and then,
Is my bridge line still on?
it doesn't look like there's any numbers on there. Well, it says, take that back, it says, Sheriff's Department in Austin Commission, is that what it said?
Do you see a number 4679?
Nope.
And Austin's not on?
There's no numbers other than that.
Okay, well, you see that, and then turn the bridge back on.
You want me to do what, hang it up, do what?
Yeah, hang it up and then turn the bridge back on.
I've got a question. The commissioners get their raise 3%
No, it says
No.
3 parties.
from the state.
Austin, are you
No.
there?
It's longevity.
I'm
We
here.
don't get that every
Is
year.
Billy there?
No.
No.
He's increasing his minor equipment line for new file sharing server and a workstations, I believe.
Shared workstation.
Yeah,
That's not one.
that's why he's increasing it.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion that we accept number 28, Austin Justice Court as presented for an increase
32.
of $1,750.
Well, at least that's item 32.
32.
Number 32 is the number.
That's what I said, number
Oh.
32. For an increase of $1,750 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
All right, Herb made the motion, Patsy second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But, Ted, when
I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Okay. So are we good to go to the next item? All right. So, 33 for public defender. Discussion of possible action. There is an increase to operations by $14,500 for the contract increase for new duties. B, there is an increase to operations by $40,000 due to the establishment of the indigent defense line item.
So on this one, you guys want to include the 95,500 as well. So it's going to increase more.
Well, it would be a separate line item.
28 and
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The 95.5 would be separate, so you'd have the, 14.5 to 40, and then the 95.5.
So it increased by 135,500 instead.
Okay, then I need a clarification because I know he's, our public defender is mandated to pick up some things that they didn't before, and that's the 14.5. And then he's got,
No, the 14.5 is an increase in his salary for his contract. The 40,000 is an increase for the duties.
okay, because it said new duties, and so I thought that's what he was talking about.
Well, that's why he asked for it. He's got a lot of new duties.
Okay, so the new duties, and then he's got 40,000, and yet,
Commissioner, is to pay for the appointed council on a,
no, that's the 40?
yes.
Well, then, what about the 95.5?
The 95.5.
Is that on top of the 40?
Is the administrator only and his expenses.
Okay, so we have to take the 40 and then do the line item or separate for the 95.5.
You're paying twice as much for the administrator to appoint somebody than it'll cost for the appointments.
That's why we're asking that we just do it ourselves, correct? We go back and we do it ourselves.
That's why we're asking to be recouped by the state.
Yes,
And if
that
they
other
don't
40,000.
recoup us the 95.5, because we're gonna definitely pay the 95.5.
And-
We may not pay all the 40,
And so we're gonna ask to get that other
the 95.5
five back from the state.
And if we don't, we're gonna try to go, revert back to like we did it before.
Okay, so who is the one that's going to be doing, requesting that money back? That 95,000 back, who is?
No, it's gonna be us.
It's gonna be.
I know, but who, is that from like out of your office?
No,
Or
it'll
from out-
probably I'll work with Bert,
Okay,
Portillo and Lincoln right there.
Yeah, I
Okay.
usually handle the grant stuff
And,
for
okay.
the reimbursements from the state.
But it's actually all three, the 14.5, the 40, and now the
Yeah, so
95.5.
it's
Yes.
actually,
Got it.
yeah, a total increase of 150,000
Okay,
total for the whole department.
okay.
so then does that need to be amended then? Your motion for the whole 140?
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion, under the public defender to increase operations by 14,500. That's for his contract increase, and to increase operations of 40,000 due to the indigent defense line item, and an additional 95,500 for the indigent defense council budget.
All right,
I'll second that, but I think Ted's reading something.
are we good?
We good? We're good. Okay.
So Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Bless you. Other general expenses, discussion of possible action, there is a decrease in operations by 33,920.
I make a motion that we accept number 34, other general expenses as presented.
Second?
I'll second it.
All right. Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright. Intergovernmental expense, discussion and possible action, there is an increase of operations by $8,756. What is that?
That was, there's a couple of grants that are included in this one, which you've already approved, so just some of those grant requests.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Lakin, what did you say? It came from what?
The grant request, so that we had the new one for Nevada Outdoor Schools. This is the line item that some of the grants come out of. So that's where the increase comes from, is just the different, amounts versus last year for the grants. Which you've already approved. Yeah, you've already approved the grants, but this is where they come out of, is this intergovernmental expense.
I make a motion, we accept number 34 as presented, or no? No, number 34, we've got a decrease.
35.
We're on number 35.
Oh, okay. Make a motion that we accept it as presented an increase of $8,756.
All right, do we have a second? All right, Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Number 36, Road and Bridge South, discussion of possible action. There are no changes.
Yeah, I make a motion on number 36, Road and Bridge South, that we accept that presented, no changes.
All right, second.
One second.
All right, Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Road and Bridge North, discussion of possible action. There is an increase to operations by 44,000. You're on.
We had a couple major breakdowns and stuff, and as of January, we was down to 20% remaining in our budget, and so we just figured 44,000 would up our budget to an even 150,000. Just in case anything else ever happens.
So, as far as the operations, was there something?
It was in the repair and maintenance, I believe.
Repair and maintenance?
Yeah.
Of equipment?
Yes.
Okay.
37, right?
In the past, we made an emergency maintenance line for big things, so it doesn't become a constant reoccurring. So I'm not sure if you guys want to add that to a general repair and maintenance, or if you guys would just like to make a separate line for emergency management or maintenance of, big major breakdowns that could potentially be budget items.
So we have emergency maintenance right now at what, 52,000?
Yeah, but that's not in is that in the Road and Bridge? I don't have it open right here in
Yeah, it
front
is.
of me.
So
if we're gonna add, I think that's,
the 44 onto that one?
yes, because what he's referring to is major breakdowns that weren't prepared for during the year.
Which I think that if we did a line item, would be probably better if we did a line item.
Or added to that line.
Added to that, yeah, added to that line item.
We also have Fund 56 for emergency maintenance. Portion of that is for road equipment. You guys approved that 250,000, but that's a separate fund than Donnie's.
I'm sorry, Lakin, what is that one you're saying? It's under which?
Fund 56, it's our emergency maintenance fund.
That's the one I'm talking about,
Is that the one you're talking
the
about?
52,000.
No, the
Yeah.
52,000 is in the road and bridge fund.
Right,
It's in Fund 2.
okay, it's fund number 26, right? The 53926,
That's the line item.
right.
Yeah,
Okay,
they have
so
it.
that line item would go, the 44,000 would be moved to that one, because it is
Okay.
all emergency, and leave our repair and maintenance at 150,000.
Well, the 150,000 is including the increase, so it'd actually go back down to what they
The
had.
150 included the 44.
Yeah.
Got it,
Yeah, it was
okay.
106, I believe.
So we just switch the 44, take away from the 150 and move it over to the,
Yeah, we can just budget
Okay.
for it. And
yeah, if it's emergency that you're looking for, then that's the line item
Yeah.
we need to put it on. Because if your regular runs in that at 110,000, then we'll just leave it at 110.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So you're still getting the 44, just put it in
Just
there.
put it into the-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
I'll make a motion to accept number 37, Road and Bridge North as presented with the notation that it'll be put on a line item. I think that's 52916. Is that what you said?
53926.
5.5.
Got a second? Art made the motion, Jared, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Donnie.
One second to do. No, I think I was just going to get into to make sure I was where I was supposed to be. Do you want to take a break? You want to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, I was just gonna explain something.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, guys. Oh. Wait till she's.
This conference will be unmuted.
Okay, so, for 38, for public, health nurse, discussion of possible action, there is an increase of operations and minor equipment by $4,100. Hello.
Hello. Neela Fuller for the record.
Alright, you're on.
Oh, the only thing we're asking for really is a shed, just we have a lot of PPE that we're storing. It's taking up a lot of our office space, so we'd like to have a shed so we can have somewhere to put it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
Alright.
And we did up our postage a little bit just because we're sending bills out now. We have more patients.
Okay.
So, just so that we make sure that we have enough postage. That's pretty much the only changes.
I just had a quick question, Neela.
Yes.
I understand the need for the storage shed.
Yes.
Did you look at the storage sheds, the other storage sheds that weren't like this, the ones that they have down at the furniture store and stuff, those permanent ones?
Well, these are permanent. They're just delivered and installed right there.
I know.
I just tried to
I
find.
know.
I just tried to find low cost.
I
These were
know,
low
but I'm
cost.
talking about buying in Battle Mountain. And
Okay, I could have priced that.
I don't know what their prices
Right.
are compared, but I know that like Caney's Furniture sells the
Yes.
the wooden ones, and as a comparison, we're talking about buying local.
So I don't know that Neela was aware, or and Brandy couldn't be here today, was aware of the buy local. We hadn't put that policy in place yet when all this started
Well, that's
going
okay.
in, so-
That's why I'm just mentioning it. I'm
Yep.
saying I don't know what the cost is in comparison, and what it might be, but it might be something to look into.
Okay.
At least to check out.
Absolutely.
Because those are all permanent, and those will be delivered and set up too.
Yes.
So,
It was just
and-
easy to log on and find something online just for our budget. So if we have a budget, we would definitely just try to do it in town. Now that that's our policy.
So then do
That's
we
not a
have an
problem.
idea what they are locally? Anybody?
Not offhand, not to.
No more than $4,100.
I believe that it varies on size and how many windows, size of doors. There's a variety pack of different things, but they can order in whatever you're looking for.
You can order shelves, you can order
Yeah.
all kinds of
Okay.
things along with it.
And we don't need anything fancy. We just need something to put stuff in.
How about a seat hanger? Can we get one of them?
They're hard to get.
That'd be more permanent.
Yeah, they're tough to get.
And they're not tough to get.
Yeah, they are.
Are they?
Our-
Yeah.
Well, no, you're not gonna get it local. That's the bad part.
So.
Randy Clark doesn't sell them anymore?
Randy did just deliver us 2 of them this morning. We did have to do a little hustling to get them, and they aren't, I wouldn't say hard to get, sometimes they're time consuming to get. Not hard to get, but time consuming to get.
And there's no guarantee on the condition.
No, the ones from Randy, the ones we just got this morning are brand new. They're nice containers.
You can get them from Container World
In Salt Lake, we can from there as well. Yep. But if like I say, it's not super time efficient, but we can get them.
But it'd be a more permanent than one of those little wooden sheds that have it kind of falling apart.
Yeah, definitely.
Hold up a lot better.
Yep.
Yeah.
How much were they?
It'd be a permanent thing.
Do you know how much them were from Randy we just got? 5,300 for the ones we just got from Randy. And they're the big ones, or are they the little?
8 by 20.
8 by 20? Okay. Okay.
40's the big one.
Yep. So if you guys wanted to up that a little bit, we could potentially get a sea container or figure out another way to go about it.
What'd you just pay? For a seat?
She said 5,300, I believe.
5,300.
Yep.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve up to $6,000 for a seat tainer for number 38 public health nurse.
Are you saying just a sea container, or?
To approve their budget, which contains a sea container of up to.
Right.
I don't wanna limit it just to the seat container though. I'd like to have them look at the other sheds that are available that we talked about. So if you wanna up it to 6,000,
The reason that we upped it was to move to a sea container in the discussion.
or what about the other one is local too?
Okay, then I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so,
Make your motion.
so shopping locally, then,
I'm okay with the 6,000. I just don't wanna limit it to just a sea container. Because then I don't know what the prices are in the other, but I mean, if you're looking at a shed like this or a sea container, you're looking at it just open space. If you're looking at the other sheds that might have, like I said, shelving or something, and you said you don't need that, but on the other hand, that makes a lot of difference sometimes to what you're going to store there. Not everything you store is just gonna be, straight up and down. So I'd like to have them look. Okay, I'll make the motion that we increase the public health nurse operation 6,000 for them to look at shopping locally for their shed or sea container.
And then 100,000 for the postage.
We upped it 100 for the postage.
So it'd be 6,100. If you include the 100.
Oh, you want me to up it down?
For the postage.
Okay. I'll make the motion 6,100.
Okay.
2,000 more, okay.
all right.
Yes.
So, are we good now on our motions?
Did
Okay,
that include the rest of the budget?
and the rest of the budget needs to be approved.
Yeah, approving the budget with an increased operations.
All right. All right, so I have a second? I'll second. All right, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay.
Oh,
Didn't pass.
didn't pass, huh?
We,
Okay, so I'll make a motion.
We can call Brian or make another motion.
Yeah. Whatever you wanna do.
It's up to the chair.
So, let's call Brian.
Okay, call Brian.
missing some of the discussions on the issue.
Permission to update it.
Yes.
Brian, you got us? Oh. No, we got his voicemail. So we can either table this and come back to it, or we can, leave it up to the chair, make another motion and move forward.
I'd like to, make a suggestion, make another motion that we price it, up to the 6,000, and we price it kinda out to shop locally, whether it be the sea container or the wooden one, whichever they find.
That's what I just said, that was my motion.
Yeah, that was your motion.
I believe the arts, as well as JR's concern, is the longevity of a wood building as compared to the longevity of a sea container, and I believe that was kind of I don't think that they have an issue with the shopping local. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same.
With the shed, because I don't think this is all that reliable for that many years. With what it is. So that's why I went with that, with
What are you
both of
gonna
them,
put
but
in
that's
there?
fine, they can make another motion.
PPE, old weight equipment, mostly it's just we have a lot of boxes of gowns and masks and stuff that we just don't have the room in our building to store. And so we need a place to put it, cause we don't wanna get rid of it, cause you never know.
Well, I know with the sea container, from having sea containers, there's nothing getting in those containers, as far as worrying about having like mice or anything getting in those, which is, you know, a plus. So,
Kathy, can I make a comment on those pots? I bought one for the rodeo.
come up here, please. Oh, for public comment?
Okay.
Yeah, is it okay to just say public comment? We're good. All right, come on, please, Rita.
I took and bought one for the rodeo grounds over 20 years ago. And it is still just as good today as it was then.
Which one? I didn't hear you.
The pods that you guys are talking about, the sheds, we call them pods. They are airtight. You don't get mice in there. You don't get dirt in there. The one I got had 2 doors, but the ones we are getting today, and I just bought 2, one for Sadie, one for myself, nothing deteriorates in them.
You're talking about the sea containers?
The containers.
Oh, okay.
The containers, like
Talking about the wood.
wood ones, and they're comparing the wood ones to our pods, right?
To a sea container.
So, yeah,
So a
Okay.
sea
what are
container.
you talking about? Sea containers or the wooden ones?
Right.
Which one? are you
Which
talking
one?
about?
The sea, the,
Okay, sea
Sea container.
yeah, because
Okay.
they last forever,
Okay.
and you don't have a problem with them. They're, like I said, I just ordered 2 more, one for the Civic Center and one for Sadie. And we got them at the rodeo grounds. And the first one I ever bought was over 20 years ago, and it is still just as nice today as it was, you know.
Okay.
So that's the difference between wood and those.
My concern
You
is
know.
longevity and safety, so let me try this. For number 38, public health nurse, my motion will be to increase it to $6,000 for a storage area. First choice would be a sea-tainer, second choice would be some kind of portable whatever.
6,100, Arthur?
$6,100. First choice is a sea-tainer, and then the second choice would be some other kind of storage area.
So, excuse me, so you're approving their budget along with a $6,100 increase.
A $6,100 increase for a sea-tainer
And their
storage.
budget.
Right, and if you can't find a good sea-tainer, then the second choice would be some kind of structure other than the sea-tainer.
And their budget. And their budget.
And their, right, and their
Okay.
budget will
So-
be approved at the same time.
All right, so Art made the motion, I have a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Jared made the second, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks. All right. 39, discussion of possible action, there is an increase of operations by $900. So, social services.
I was like, is she coming?
All right, you're on.
The only reason why I increased it is because I needed a printer and a fax machine that was working, and so I got a new one. A printer and a fax machine, and that's an increased monthly cost.
I'll make a motion, number 39, social services, to accept as presented.
All right, second? All right, Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you. Don't leave yet. So you still have,
Oh.
counted that one? I just said it was 39.
State medical and indigency discussion of possible, action, there is no, change.
I'll make a motion on number 40, state medical indigency to accept as presented.
Second? All right, Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Agriculture extension, discussion of possible action, there is an increase to operations. by $48,576.
Was there anybody that was gonna be on the phone for this?
Has there been anybody on the phone for, the agriculture extension?
Muted. Unmuted.
Well, I'd like to know why there's an increase when we don't have anybody here.
So do we just table that one for now?
Yeah, let's table
We'll
that.
table that one. Alright, aging services, discussion of possible action, and there is no changes.
Make a motion, we accept as presented.
Second? Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
I have a question on this one though.
Okay.
Yeah, when I'm looking at, the breakdown, and you've got, gas and oil, well, your whole breakdown on everything, Tonya. I'm wondering whether you included Austin on this, and I'm assuming you did. But my question is, since there's no changes and Austin is getting their new van, did we allow for some extra gas and oil for the new van? Or even for maybe hiring somebody as a driver part-time if we can take the van somewhere?
So I do think Tonya has the driving side of that covered. Now, as far as adding additional funds to gas and oil, we did not. We just left a normal operating. If you guys would like to increase that, we would appreciate it.
Well, I want to make sure that that was included in it, because if we take any trips at all, I mean, if they take the van for something into Fallon or Eureka, I mean, we're talking long distances everywhere we go. And we don't expect to do it that often, but depending when COVID changes, even if we took it to go pick up the seniors in Kingston and bring them in to the medical clinic, I mean.
I do believe we have plans on transporting people quite often, so it's not going to be a once in a while thing. It is going to be a quite often thing. And with that said, that's something that not Tonya's fault. If anybody's fault, that's mine for not giving her a heads up. This is her first budget, so if we can increase the gas and oil line, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, and what do we do about a van driver? Because you have part-time.
Yes, we have some staff on there that is going to be able to drive, and then we're also working on a volunteer program that Tonya's getting set up. So we will have some volunteer drivers. I know that they do it in other counties. Nye County, my uncle actually drives there what they call a fun bus. So we're working on getting something like that similar here for Lander County to get our seniors to and from town to do shopping a little more regular.
Okay, because my understanding is, I mean, you certainly don't need a CDL, but you do need, what, a chauffeur's license? Something like that, if it seats that many people?
Class B.
A what?
Class B.
Class B.
Now that depends on what size vehicle and the weight of the vehicle for the classes. But for these, you just need a regular driver's license.
Anybody can drive one of those
Anybody
vans?
can drive one, yes.
Okay, better yet.
Yep. It falls just under that. They build them buses specifically
Okay.
for that, to slip right under the.
Because I mean, whenever we're going to take it, it's going to be an all-day event when we go Fallon, Elko, Eureka, wherever we go.
Yep.
So it's tough to get sometimes a volunteer to do it for that long period of time. But
Well, it's hard to guess at that too. Do you want to see where it goes and then augment at that time?
We could do this with the expectation of a red line
Uh-huh.
and give us a true number for next year's
Exactly.
budget, which is probably a more fair way of dealing with it, especially for Tonya. This is a whole new program, but.
well, we probably should increase the gas and oil, right?
We do know that that's going to get hit, so if you want to increase it, that'd be great. If you guys wanted to see exactly what the numbers are after this year of traveling, which might be a more true number come next year,
Yeah.
as long as everybody understands that there will be some red line in the budget, we'll let it overflow.
Yeah,
And
'cause I'd rather see a more accurate number than guess and over, you know.
yeah, entirely up to this board. But like I say, if anybody's fault, that one falls on me.
So what does everybody else want to do? Do you want to wait and get accurate numbers, or do you want to pad it, so there's more money in there.
Well, it hasn't, what did you say,
There's still like $9,000 in that line item. They've barely
Yeah.
spent any out of
So,
it this current year. So
There's, how much?
9,000 roughly.
Am I looking at the wrong one? I'm looking at 10.
There's still 9,000 left.
Oh, 9,000 left. Oh, okay. Yeah, but you guys just been, well, with COVID, nobody's done anything, that's for sure. But you just run around town, right?
We just started, just March 1st, and just started going out of town.
Okay.
So the plan is to do once a month trips out of town.
Okay.
Which won't touch that, I don't think.
Well, then you'll certainly use some of it, that's for sure. But we're looking at next year, so whether we want to increase that, especially if you're going to be gone once a month out of town.
Entirely up to you guys, how.
I think we ought to increase it to 15,000, and then we'll have enough for gas money
Put
and
5 in
fares
Austin.
or whatever to get them through until next year.
Put 5 in Austin.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you,
He
JR.
said 15,000.
Okay.
You can put it up to 15,000, and you'll have a better idea of next year. If it
Okay,
needs
we
to
want to
increase or
amend the motion?
decrease. That's fine, yes, please.
That motion, Jim?
That's what
I'll
he
make a
said, but we don't budget it.
Increase it. Good job, 15,000.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Jeremy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Battle Mountain landfill, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion, we accept number 43, Battle Mountain landfill as presented.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Art made the motion, J.R. second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on, Austin landfill, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Number 44, Austin landfill, my motion is to accept it as presented.
All right, second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, J.R. second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, moving forward, Austin Airport, discussion of possible action. There is added salary and wages plus benefits for 1 full-time position, as well as salary and wages for 2 part-time positions, non-benefited, Austin and Battle Mountain. And that B, there is an increase of operations by 6,000. So.
So this is in the event that we do take over our airport and do end up operating our airport. If we do that, we need to have a budget prepared for that to move forward. So that would come back in front of this board at a different date, but budgeting purposes, none of this would obviously be spent unless it was approved by the board to move forward in that direction.
This is in lieu of our FBO, you're saying?
Yes.
Did you read in A?
Uh-huh.
Or the capital outlay request, excuse me.
Oh, no, I don't think we did something.
Oh, so it goes ABA?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not. Capital outlay requests, a barrier, for runway ramp access, roll over the 15,000, I'm sorry.
Right now, it's just an open runway. You can just go on and drive on the runway, and of course, that's not good because it brings all in the mud and the gravel and everything. So we've been looking at a barrier, and of course, we haven't got that in yet, but we've been working on it. And that way, when our ambulance comes in, they will have the access, and the barrier will automatically go up with the remote. Nobody has to get out or anything like that, and stop them from getting on the runway, but the ambulance can get on, or any emergency vehicles.
So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve, gotta back up here, that we approve the Austin Airport budget, increase to operations by $6,000, and the capital outlay request, which is the rollover.
All right, Patsy made the second. Patsy made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So 46 for Battle Mountain Airport, discussion and possible action. There is an added salary and wage plus benefits for one full-time position as well as salary and wages for two part-time position, non-benefited, Austin / Battle Mountain.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, it may be an ambiguity with the last motion because there is a added salary and wages for one full-time position and two part-time positions. And I think that should be mentioned specifically in the motion.
Okay,
I will amend my motion that we excuse me, I thought I was going to sneeze. I will amend my motion that we approve the Austin Airport budget for the increase to operations by $6,000 and the added salary and wages plus benefits for one full-time position, as well as salary and wages for a two part-time position, non-benefited, which would be for Austin and Battle Mountain both. And also the rollover for the barrier for the runway ramp at $15,000.
So Patsy made the motion, Art seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So then am I reading
Aye.
into 46 again? Okay, sure, I'm not getting myself confused. So discussion and possible action. All right, for A, there is an added salary and wages plus benefit for one full-time position as well as salary and wages for two part-time position, non-benefited for Austin / Battle Mountain. B, there is an increase of operations by 2,100. Okay.
So I make a motion that on number 46, Battle Mountain Airport, we accept as presented.
All right, second.
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
47, Leda, discussion of possible action, there is an increase to operations by 19,000.
Hello, Kyla Sharp for the record. I'm the liaison for Leda. The increase is going into our professional services. The backup that I gave you is just kind of pictures and prices of different ideas that we have for both Austin and Battle Mountain. You gave us the permission to use the beautification line for the Battle Mountain beautification line, but Austin at this time doesn't have that. So the professional services is to add in so that we can actually start maybe implementing some of these projects that we're working on in Austin as well, if it's accepted by the community, of course. Which ones is the grant paying for? The grant is covering advertising and dues and subscriptions. These two? Mm-hmm. Okay.
All the pictures that you have in here, like the playground equipment and stuff like that, that's for the park here in Battle Mountain?
So that's actually what we've been discussing is along the trails, how we are doing the sites that you guys are familiar with as far as the benches, light posts, things like that. There's areas along there that would be really nice for small, what's called pocket parks, or maybe designs on the trail or something for the kids to do something a little fun as they go. It would just be smaller things, maybe where they talk back and forth to each other, something to interest them into actually getting out onto those trails and stopping at the few sites.
So I do need to make a change because the advertising line for $15,000 and the dues and subscriptions for $7,500 is actually what we approved the grant for. So that will not be in their operating budget. So we need to, it's actually not an increase then. Their operating budget would only be 35,500 for 5,500 for travel and training, and then 30 for professional services.
So what is their increase?
They don't have one if you take out the.
If we switch the grant around, then
Well, so their overall budget isn't increasing, but they are increasing their travel and training line from the current, and then they're increasing their professional services. But the overall,
stays the same.
yeah, it would actually be a decrease. But
So, okay, because
we
because
used
if
to,
they pick the other up in the grant, there's no increase.
yeah, we used to transfer the grant money, but now we're just having them spend it out of the line we budget for it in, which is outside of the LEDA fund. So we need to take off those two that the grant's paying for.
Sorry, I was confused by that.
Well, we just made that change, so.
So is still the increase of 19,000 then, or not?
No, the 15,000 and the 7,500's already been approved in the grant.
Okay.
So you're just approving travel and training and professional services. If you see it on their backup.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the LEDA budget,
So it's actually.
and with the changes, with the grant information, there is no increase to operations.
Okay, a second? Okay, I'll second. Alright. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Alright.
Aye.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So 48, the regional transportation discussion possible action. There are no changes.
I make a motion, we accept as presented.
Alright, second?
I'll second it.
Alright, so Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright. Austin Capital accusation, I can't say that, for discussion and possible actions, there is no changes.
I make a motion, we accept as presented.
Second?
Second.
Alright, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright. Austin Town, discussion of possible action, there's an increase in operations by $18,822.
So we increased the repair and maintenance because they're over budget on that, and then the town beautification, we are adding one for Austin. They don't currently have one, and so we took 5,000 from Battle Mountains beautification and put it into Austin. And then there's a couple grants in there that you've already approved.
I'll make a motion, number 50, Austin Town, to increase operations by $18,822.
Art made the motion, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright. Mount Lewis Communication, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept Mount Lewis Communications as presented.
Alright, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Alright, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright. Battle Mountain Town, discussion of possible action, there is a decrease of operations by $29,100.
I'll make a motion on 52, Battle Mountain Town, to accept as presented.
Alright, second?
I'll second it.
Alright, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, we did make some changes, and one is to the Historical Museum grant, but that's okay. That's just on their, let me see, we took it out, so it's not the one that's in front of us, right?
No. Mm-mm. So within these town budgets where the grants are, whatever you made the change to in the grant, when you approve the grants, it will reflect in this as well when I make the changes.
So do we need to reference that when we make our motion? No?
It's already been approved.
No? Okay.
because it's already been approved. So, like, that,
Well-
it's not gonna skew the figures at all, is it?
No, well, the grant line items will change.
Your calculations,
Yes.
but not the bottom line. not
The
the
other
bottom line.
operating, no.
No, the bottom line changes too,
Yes.
because the grants are different. You know,
Because the
they're on
grants
your
are
speaker.
funded in these line items.
But nothing needs to be approved by the commission.
No, they've already approved the, yeah,
Right.
the
We
grant.
already approved it, I'm saying is, when we're saying this, to operations, do we need to adjust, or are we just accepting the whole thing? Or we already made the changes, so we know that?
I think since we've already made the changes,
Do we need to reference that?
well, you can, but I don't think you have to.
Okay, that's my question.
That's what I believe,
Cool.
since you've already.
We're fine then, thank you.
So, 50, are we on 53?
Mhm.
Capital acquisitions, discussion and possible action, there are no changes.
Number 53, I make a motion to accept as presented.
Second?
I'll second.
Alright, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, 54 golf course, discussion and possible action. There is an increase to operations by 1,850.
Now, this one is different, right? Since we now have an agreement that's a little bit different?
No, this
Because
is
our
for the
revenue-
this is for the maintenance of the golf course.
Yeah.
So this, we have no agreement with that. This is still for the county employees that are out there that maintain the course.
So, yeah. What Bert said.
Okay, so this is for the county employees that are out there,
Correct.
It's for maintaining the golf course, not.
and they all have cell
for the
phones, and
clubhouse.
we're increasing that for their cell phones,
They
and
also have a shop phone out there as well.
No cell phones out there. They do have internet, and part of that is to hook up our sprinkler system. Is pretty high
okay, so
tech.
cell phone fax, and we're increasing by $850.
Yeah, telephone and fax.
Doesn't that seem
It's not a cell
strange?
phone. So that's a phone that's in the office out there, and that's part of the same link that ties our sprinkler system together. So the sprinkler system out there
That's where the
communicates.
extra cost is coming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The
So you can
sprinkler
go. You can
system.
actually walk up to a sprinkler with your phone and turn it on and turn it off.
And that's the extra $850
Correct.
for the sprinkler system.
Well,
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we accept the golf course discussion and possible action as it stands.
Do I have a second?
Second.
JR made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
For parks, discussion and possible action. There is an increase for operations by 2,000 in minor equipment. Capital outlet request. Pavilion at Elquist Park rollover in the amount of $112,000. Solar lighting rollover in the amount of $22,000. Replacing a dugout, backstop fencing, Battle Mountain adult field rollover in the amount of $100,000. Community garden in the amount of $25,000. Christmas tree extension Battle Mountain and Austin in the amount of $20,000. Park gazebo in the amount of $50,000. Adult field bleachers in the amount of $12,000. Concessions in the amount of $10,000. Tennis courts in the amount of $60,000. Fairground improvements in the amount of $100,000. So, the only question I have is on for the tennis courts, for that amount of money that it's gonna cost, and that's these right over here, right?
yes.
Are they truly utilized in the amount to rehab these? Because I rarely see people ever using those, so, and that's just a lot of money if they're not gonna be utilized.
And that's up to you, Commissioner. So on the tennis court, we got the quote back to redo both of them, and it actually came back at $90,000. So if you do approve this, it'd only be one tennis court to be redone, and I think that we should probably only redo one and maybe take the other one out. It doesn't get, there's maybe 4 or 5 people in town that utilize it, so it is a lot of money just for a tennis court, but that's totally up to what you guys wanna do.
How is that land over there where the tennis court? What's county and what's school district?
Good question.
Everything, so everything from the top back of that curb when you drive into the school, that first, right next, that right that you take, that you go by the tennis courts, everything on your right-hand side, all the way past the skate park and back and wraps around and kind of makes a L shape, is all Lander County. Okay. And that's where they were looking at putting in the,
but
the ballpark.
and
yes,
even with
the sports complex was back there.
Even if that money is approved today for the tennis court, that project would still come back before you guys on deciding if you really want to spend all that money on it and what all the quotes are going to come in at, and if you want to take one out and just have one. So, be totally up to you guys. And the community garden amount, we also included Austin. So once I get up there and look at that, there'll also be a community garden for Austin.
Community garden is for the city of Austin?
Yes, we're looking at putting one there too.
Where?
The 25,000 is for both?
Yes, 35,000 I thought. Oh, no, 25,000, yeah.
Is for both?
I haven't gotten that far, Patsy, but that, we are including Austin with that.
In that budget?
It's for both.
Yes.
Is this something that would be like undercover?
Oh, yeah, yes. You're looking at a greenhouse and everything.
A greenhouse,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Well, I was wondering, you can do a community garden without it, but not at that
Oh, no,
expense.
you need cover.
Where we live, okay. And tell me about the extension on the trees.
And so actually the quote came in on those and they're about $7,000 a piece, so that actually could be reduced down to $14,000. And that's for a bottom extension for your Christmas trees. So you'll have a bigger base.
Like how high or much higher would it be?
Looking at,
I mean, this is almost as much as the tree itself.
well, the tree itself was almost $18,000, I believe. Both of
Oh.
them were. Yeah, so no, it's not. It's just a bigger base, and you're looking at another 3 feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet.
Okay, much more secure.
Yes. So
Are you requesting a reduction to 14,000?
let's leave it at 20, and I'll bring it back for the board.
Then leave it to me.
And for the fairgrounds, what's gonna be done there?
The fairgrounds, that was a bunch of new pins and stuff, because they're starting to rust out really bad. And then the lighting, we wanted to do some more lighting in there, and they replaced 6 lights. There's 2 sets, and last year just 2 sets of lights was like $14,000. And if possible, there's some old power poles in there that need to be removed and some wiring moved.
Well, I make a motion that we approve number 55, parks as presented.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Art made the motion, do you have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, very good. So, pool rec center, discussion and possible action. There is an increase to salaries, for 2 new positions. There is an increase to operational by $20,500 in capital outlay request. Noise reduction system rollover in the amount of $100,000.
Okay. So the noise reduction system, which you guys have already approved, which is less than 100,000, I put 100,000 in there just in case we have some issues during the project, because I think the project came in about roughly almost 70,000. So it gives us 30,000 if they come up with any issues while we're there, which will come back for this board to be approved. It's not just spending it just to spend it. Increase of operation was the event lines for 30,000, whether it's, and I think this was part of what they were talking about, the racetrack events or any other events, your Christmas events, your 4th of July events. And the positions was the coordinator positions that you guys discussed, I think at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago. So that's where we're at with that.
So what does this noise reduction system consist of?
It's actually two silencers. So with the dehumidifier system that's coming in and you have it running across the top, that system, the air is actually bouncing off that aluminum noise or dehumidifier. So they're actually going to put two air silencers inside there. So when the air comes in, it'll won't impact on that aluminum quite as hard.
Like a diffuser.
Yes. So.
It's needed.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're ever in the pool.
And then after they're even done with that project, they will do a noise study, another noise study, and I'll bring that back to submit to you guys.
Sounds good.
All right, do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve number 56 as presented.
All right, second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Civic Center discussion of possible action, there are no changes to that, but the capital outlay request, room dividers in the amount of $93,000. And then updating video camera system in the amount of $36,000.
Rita Rogers for the Civic Center. The room dividers, they've been there since the building was built, and they need to be replaced. I've got some that's coming apart, peeling and all. This was the quote I got from the gentleman that does work for Sean at the rec center. And then the camera system, we need to update it. We've had a lot of different things that's happened around the Civic Center and all that we really need to update this. It'll have cameras on the outside, so far out. They call it, I think you've got a packet from, that should be in your deal to explain it all. There were two quotes that was sent to me from Johnson Control. And I had Anna look it over and stuff, and we figured this would be the best for the Civic Center. Like I said, we've had a lot of incidents. Here lately, we've had some theft right under our noses in broad daylight. So, anyway, and we've had a couple incidents where the sheriff's office actually looked at our cameras and, you know, could solve a case or two because of them. But I need a broader spectrum.
I think that the cameras that we have in the public agency buildings should be piped into the sheriff's office in case there is an issue. They can be right there. Well, I make a motion that we accept number 56, Civic Center, A and B. 57. Civic Center, A and B under capital outlay as presented.
In your budget.
And your budget. And thank you for coming back and doing what you're doing, Rita.
Thanks.
So I need a second?
Second.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Rita.
Thanks.
Can we do 58 through 67 all at once since there's no changes, Ted? No. Thank you.
That was an easy answer.
That's the short answer.
The libraries discussion possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept as presented, number 58, libraries.
All right.
I'll second it.
Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, number 59, cemetery, a discussion possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept number 59, cemeteries as presented.
All right. All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Battle Mountain capital accusations, I can't say that word today, discussion of possible action, there's no changes.
I make a motion, number 60, Battle Mountain Capital Acquisition, to accept as presented.
All right, second.
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Emergency maintenance, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Number 61, emergency maintenance, I make a motion to accept as presented.
Alright, second. Alright, Art made the motion, do you have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, reserve fund, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept number 62 as presented.
Alright, second.
I'll second it.
Alright, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Retiree insurance liability, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept number 63 retiree insurance liability as presented.
Alright, need a second.
I'll second it.
Alright, Art made the motion, do I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, admin assessment, there, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
I make a motion to accept number 64 as presented, administrative assistance
Alright,
assessment.
alright. Art made the motion, do I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Bless you.
Genetic marker, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept as presented number 65, the genetic marker.
Need a second? Alright, all in favor?
Aye. What is the genetic marker fund? This is the one where we do testing, but I don't
We
understand.
don't spend any money out of it, it just, collects revenue, I believe, from the courts. So we always have a small budget in there if it's needed, but as far as I'm aware, we don't spend
It says
money.
pass-through fund. So it comes in
Yeah.
and goes out to who?
Doesn't go out to anyone.
So it's not a pass-through?
Well, I think it goes to the state and then it comes back to the county.
Well, it passes through the state,
And then comes back to
and then
us.
it's collected and retained in that small fund.
Okay, so we hold it in this fund, and what do we do with it?
Well, when it gets big enough, I'm sure Lincoln can come and ask you to put it.
What to do with it, yeah.
I don't know what the fund balance is off the top of my head.
Right
but-
now, it's just in savings.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Alright, so, foren-
66.
yeah, forensic fee, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion to accept number 66 forensic fee as presented.
Alright, need a second?
I'll second it.
Alright, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, 67, NPM rainy day, discussion of possible action, there are no changes.
Okay, we have to look at this and see what our max is that we can put in, right?
so last year you guys approved to put, 8 million of the net proceeds that we get for this year that will come in May. So this is, I left it blank because I didn't know what you guys wanted to put in. The cap is when we transfer. So when we transfer money from the general fund, like we did this year, it can only be a certain percentage. But if
Right.
you're allocating net proceeds, you can allocate as much as you want.
Can we make a motion that we put the max that we're allowed?
There's no cap on
the net proceeds.
There's no cap?
net proceeds.
Well, the cap is the amount of net proceeds, I guess.
You just need to, if you wanna put money in next May out of net proceeds, you just need to tell me an amount, and then we can put it in the budget to.
Okay, I'm confused, because we always had a cap.
That's only if you're transferring out of the general fund.
Right. When you,
Oh.
if you put it into the general fund first, you have to put a cap on it.
And we
to
took it
transfer
out of the general fund
Right,
to
but if
start the
you-
account.
But if you go directly
Thank
into
you.
this fund,
Okay,
the only
so,
cap is the amount of money you have and no profit.
So we'll have after this year around 13 million in there.
okay, so can we wait to like finish this up with our tentative budget when it comes
I
before
would
us?
suggest you make a motion and adopt that position.
And you don't even have to allocate anything right now because a resolution comes in front of you every
Right.
time we get net proceeds for the allocation. So we can discuss it later on in the year if you'd like to.
Okay. Because I know we always wanted to put a large amount to get it in there, so, okay, so you want the motion, let's see, the motion for the rainy day fund will be that we we have to wait and determine when our net proceeds come in, and we will make the decision at that time on the amount that will be put in the rainy day fund.
From the net proceeds.
The net proceeds.
Yeah, from the net proceeds.
Okay. All right, so Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Austin Water, discussion of possible action, there was increased operations of $85,971.
We're increasing water and sewer in Austin because we kind of didn't know what to expect when we took it on, and so I think this is just reflecting that we need to budget more money.
How, we've had it for a year now.
Not
This
even
month,
quite a year.
At the end of this fiscal period, it'll be a year.
Mhm.
How much money have we collected, do you know? In sewer and water rates?
Hasn't been a whole lot.
We were playing catch up on so many different things that still, even the first year is, you know, doesn't give us a,
Just so you guys know, a lot of this, so we're basing this off our first year, and the first year is a huge expenses that took place. I don't know that this is, even now, that this is an honest reflection. Next year, when we come back, it may be a huge cut, because the first year stocking parts and getting everything set up in Austin was a really big expense. So there's a little balancing act that's gonna go on here these first couple of years.
I just expected you to say we're in the red the first year, that's all.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the budget and the increased operations by $85,971.
Patsy made a motion, Art second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going forward. Austin Sewer, discussion of possible action. There is an increase to operations by $12,972.
Under the same guise, I will make a motion, we approve the Austin sewer budget with the increased operations of $12,972.
Second.
Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Battle Mountain Water, discussion and possible action, there are no changes.
I make a motion that we accept number 70 as presented, Battle Mountain Water.
All right, need a second? All right, Art made the motion, Jared second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 71, Battle Mountain Sewer, discussion and possible action, there are no changes.
I make a motion that we accept 71 Battle Mountain Sewer as presented.
All right, a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, 72, London County Drug Court, discussion and possible action. There is a decrease to operations by $58,714.
Now I make a motion that we accept number 72 Lander County Drug Court as presented.
A second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, number 73, court facility fees, discussion and possible action, there are no changes.
Make a motion that we accept number 73 court facility fees as presented.
A second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 74, juvenile admin assessment, discussion and possible action, there are no changes.
I make a motion on number 74 juvenile admin assessment as to accept as presented.
A second?
I'll second it.
All right. Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah,
All right, 75 mind map, fees, discussion and possible action, there are no changes.
number 75 mind map fees. My motion is to accept as presented.
All right, second?
I'll second it.
All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. 76, 76, technology fees, discussion and possible action. There are no changes.
I make a motion that we accept 76 technology fees as presented.
Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Court facilities, capital, discussion and possible action. There are no changes.
I make a motion on the 77 court facilities.
Need a second?
Capital, yeah. To accept as presented.
Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, discussion of possible action to continue the budget workshop on March 23rd, or if completed, to take public comment and to adjourn on March 22nd, 2021 meeting, and to cancel the meeting scheduled for March 23rd, 2021.
For the record, not needed.
So, yeah.
Make
we'll
a
be
motion
completed.
that we don't have a meeting tomorrow.
All right.
A budget meeting. Need a second?
Second, all right.
All in favor?
Aye.
You kicked butt today there, Kathy Henson.
Yeah, so do we have any public comment? All right, a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second? All right, Art made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're done.
Good meeting today. We got a lot done.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Good job, Commissioner.